half ferry. But we're at Warner Park and it's for cricket. Good morning and welcome to Warner Park, where Nevis takes on St. Kitts in the Leeward's Under-19 competition. St. Kitts won the toss and they're opening with Sachin Saunders and Xavier Henry. Henry is on strike. First delivery is played down to mid-off, no runs. So St. Kitts yesterday securing victory over St. Martin, and Nevis securing victory over Antigua and Barbuda. Jadon Herbert is the opening bowler for Nevis. First run of the match. Henry looking to drive up on the offside from the outer edge down to third man. He's off the mark. Misfield in the offside, allowing another run. So that's 3 to St. Kitts. Saunders is off the mark. He's on 1. Henry is also on 1. End of the first over, St. Kitts 3 for no loss. Umpires are the same as yesterday, Mills and Watley. Maiden over completed, 2 overs gone, and the St. Kitts are 4 for no loss. Second wide delivery in the over. Scores moved on to 11. Win over. Second over for Herbert. It's a good delivery. Played away into the offside, no runs. Again, short and wide, played into the offside. Possibility of 3 runs. There's a bit of misfielding, some hesitation, but they get the 3 easily. Score moves on to 14 for no loss, win over number 3. End of over number 3, St. Kitts winning the toss and batting at 14 for no loss. Loud appeal for LBW. The umpire says no, as he was back and trying to turn it into the onside, possibly height. 4 overs completed, and the score is 18 for no loss. St. Kitts batting first. Saunders is edging wide of the field at first slip. Goes down to the fielder coming off the third man boundary. He'll get a single. The score pushes on to 19 for no loss in the 5th over. Possibility of a bowled and caught chance. Short delivery which was dug in. And here was Henry trying to pull it into the onside. Got big on him and rushed him for pace as well. Hit it back to the bowler who couldn't hold on. End of the 5th over, chance going down in that one, and the score is 19 for no loss. Prentice 2 overs, none for 4 before this. Herbert 3 overs, none for 13. Played into the onside. That's a good shot. Safe shot. Played all the way for 6. Down over the deep, wide mid-wicket region. Just tossed it up a little bit. And Saunders made very good use of that. Swung it effectively over the boundary and picked up 6 runs. First 6 for the inning so far. End of the over. St. Kitts winning the toss and batting first. They're 25 for the loss of no wickets. 6 overs completed. End of a good over by Herbert. 7 overs have been completed. St. Kitts are 25 for no loss. Henry is on 12 and Saunders is on 8. Ball which is missed by the batsman, missed by the keeper. This one will run all the way down to the straight boundary for 4 byes. Delivery which the batsman played inside the line-up, completely missed it. And the keeper missed it as well. So 4 more to the score, and we'll issue a correction to the score. At the end of the last over it was 23, not 25. So it's now 27 for no loss, and we're in the 8th over. Bolt is coming forward and leading with his bat. It seemed to have taken the inside edge, knocked back the leg stump, and so we have seen the fall of the wicket of Saunders, bowled by Prentice. And so it's 27 for 1. We're in over number 8, and St. Kitts have lost their first wicket. Drew has replaced Saunders and will be facing up to Prentice from the far end. Successful over completed. 8 overs gone in the innings so far. St. Kitts at 28 for the loss of Saunders. Good shot, played straight back down on the onside of the pitch and will go for 4. Very pleasing shot there from Henry. Got one which was overpitched in the slot and just lengthened it and played it straight back down to the straight boundary for 4. So he takes his total on to 16 and St. Kitts are 32 for 1. It's overpitched there by Herbert. Short ball again. He was in the pull a little early. Fortunately for him, it fell short of the fielder at mid-on. But he has shown the tendency to go for his pull shot. Not always in control. End of the over, 32 for the loss of 1 wicket. Herbert has sent down 5 overs so far, none for 17. And the successful wicket taker is Prentice. He has picked up 1 for 11 from 4. Single to take draw off the mark, 33 for 1. This one is given generous flight, but the batsman is equal to it, just defending away on the offside. driven into the onside. They'll get a couple, at least, as Pemberton is after it, pulls it back just inside the boundary, and they'll complete 3 runs. Now they run 4. Little bit of awkwardness down there by Pemberton, and allow them to run 4 all run. $37 for 1. Change in bowling from the media center end, and that's Yolanda Smitten, who will replace Jadon Herbert. Power play has been completed, and so there is an extra fielder out. There is a fielder at deep backward square. In fact, the 2 fielders out are long leg and deep backward square. Signal comes now for the end of the first power play. Scoring at a rate of 3.7, and at this moment showing a projected score of 185. Last 5 overs yielded 20 runs with the loss of 1 wicket. Smitten aborts his run-up, and the signal for dead ball comes now from umpire Troy Mills. Single to Drew, takes the score to 38 for 1. Pleasant drive into the offside, single. Henry moves on to 21, 39 for 1. Good shot driven straight. Will be fielded by the fielder coming across from mid-on. As St. Kitts moves on now to 41 for 1. We're in the 11th over. It's getting a little bit too straight there, Smith. Over completed, 11 gone so far of the 50, and St. Kitts are 41 for 1. Prentice will continue. We'll be sending down his 6th over. 1 for 16 so far. Driving in the air but safely. In the gap between the fielder at extra cover and the fielder down at mid-off, and down to the boundary for a good looking 4. St. Kitts will move to 45 for 1. Just a little bit of width given on that one by Prentice. And Henry was easily in behind it and picking up 4. Just a little bit of width given on that one by Prentice. Behind it and picking up 4. He's pulling that mid-on, that's 4 more. Total goes to 49 for 1, just 2 short. Consecutive boundaries there by Henry. He goes to 30. Good leave alone to finish the over. 8 in the over. And the St. Kitts, they are 49 for the loss of 1 wicket after 12 overs. For St. Kitts has come up, 51 for 1, and that's compliments of a high delivery above waist height, which went for a run, and so this upcoming delivery is a free hit. Yolanda Smitten, the bowler. Free hit is full and punished down to the boundary for 4. $55 for 1 St. Kitts, win over number 13. Delivery turn into the onside. They're chasing hard. Not going to get back for the second run because that's good work by the fielder Wilkinson coming off the long leg boundary. So just a single. 56 for 1 St. Kitts. 4 more. A 6. Short delivery, and Henry played it really well. Just pulled it down to backward square for 6 runs. Has been an expensive over so far. 13 in the over and 1 delivery to go. Henry is on 41. They're getting a run, and it's a run there to Henry, so he moves on to 42. And the score for St. Kitts 64 for the loss of 1. 13 overs completed. They're currently scoring at 4.92 runs per over. Tickle down the onside. This will be a challenging run for the fielders. It will get close to the boundary, and it's pulled back just inside. They've managed to complete 2 runs, and so Henry moves on to 44. Score 66 for 1. Prentice just getting a little too straight on that occasion. Single down to the field of coming off the square leg boundary. Score moves on to 67 for 1. 40-run partnership between this pair. Drew is getting a short delivery, badly lined and played down to the fine leg boundary, and they should go across the rope now. That's not clever bowling by Prentice. And 4 runs to Drew, who takes his total on to 9. And the score moves on to 71 for 1. End of the over, 14 gone. And the scoring rate for St. Kitts has gone over 5 for the first time for the game. So it's 71 for 1. And Henry is on 45. Drew is on 9. Good morning, Baptiste. How are you today?
Very good morning to you, Carlisle. I am pretty good. And how are you doing?
I am wonderful.
It's a very good morning to viewers, wherever you are. As we see St. Kitts building up a pretty good score here, 71 for 1. Winning the toss and deciding to bat. So, not bad going by St. Kitts at all.
Change of bowling from the media center end. Yolano Smithson, after a very expensive over, has been removed from the attack, and Pemberton will replace him. Starts with a poorly line delivery, and they'll get a couple of runs as Wilkinson has to move from square leg to retrieve, and Drew gets another 2. That's Henry, in fact. So he moves on to 47. 73 for 1. Henry will have to be careful because he does bowl the arm ball. He was leaving alone that one. Driven in the air, chance of a catch is gone. Henry, who had batted so very well, lost his patience, and he hit this one straight to the fielder down at mid-on and went for 47. He had played such a good inning, but you have to give credit to the bowler Pemberton. He was teasing, he was tempting, and he just gave this one a little bit more flight. But it was on the stumps, cramped him for room, not there for the drive, and he went through nonetheless. And so we have seen the end of a good inning. St. Kitts have lost their second wicket, 15 overs completed, 74 for 2.
It's a very good breakthrough there for Nevis, picking up the second wicket of St. Kitts. St. Kitts now 74 for 2 at the end of 15 overs. A very good breakthrough to get, indeed. It's a pity the young man didn't stay around a bit longer. He was close to his half century, 47, not too far away, only 3 runs short. And he probably should have exercised a little bit more patience and just taking his time. And even if he had to get 3 singles, and he would have had a half century to his name. But unfortunately, he went through with that stroke didn't keep it down, didn't play it along the carpet, didn't play it on the floor, and easy catch for mid-on. So we see that the players are now having a break, a water break.
And Pemberton is a wicket taker. He has shown that in the local competition ongoing in Nevis, and he picked up 3 wickets yesterday, so he continues in his wicket-taking journey. And so it's the end of the first hour. Players are taking a little break. We'll take a little break ourselves. St. Kitts, 15 overs gone, 74 for 2. Out caught. First delivery after the drinks break. Wilkinson in the attack and bowled a full delivery to Drew, who picked out mid-on. And so not only did Pemberton get a wicket with the last ball before the drinks break, but he took a catch right after the drinks break. And St. Kitts all of a sudden have lost 2 wickets in 2 deliveries. They're 74 for 3.
Yes, St. Kitts slipping into further trouble. Here again, we see another gift given to the batsman. Full toss, a long hop, straight on the bat, and not making the effort to keep the stroke on the ground, playing it in the air with not much power. it didn't have the power really to clear that field, man, and it wasn't placed through a gap. So it was an easy catch for that wide mid-on.
No, you have to make up your mind. Is it a full toss or is it a long hop? They're two different deliveries.
Yeah, big full toss. Big
Okay.
full toss.
Because it cannot be two at the same time.
Big full toss.
Wilkinson was among the wickets yesterday too. He picked up 3 and has already counted 1 more.
Yeah, he was one of the main destroyers yesterday, actually.
And actually had a very good spell yesterday.
Yes. I think the Kittishan batsmen would want to be a little more careful with their stroke play. When you get a bad ball is a bad ball and really should be put away instead of being played straight to a fielder and giving catching practice.
Eret Richards is a new batsman at the crease. He will be known to these players from Nevis because he does represent the Government Road All-Stars in the local competition in Nevis. And Stuart Williams thinks very highly of him. He's also a wicket keeper.
Seeing quite a number of all-round players appearing at different levels.
Wilkinson bowling a delivery. There's a loud shout. That one is sliding down. Richards was playing around it.
It seemed to have taken him on the thigh. He's rubbing away at the thigh. It seemed to be heading down leg side in the opinion of the umpire.
That's a terrible misfield by Jones. Came down under no pressure, nothing behind it, and it went past him for a single. So easing up the pressure and allowing Richards to get off the mark.
Very poor bit of fielding there by Jones. He was down on his knees. He seemed to have had everything covered, but somehow the ball found its way through. And what should have been a single. Oh, no run. Turned out.
Bergen is turning this one into the onside, finds the fielder just backward of square, doesn't score. Now it seems like a drop catch. The keeper was not down, too upright in his keeping position, and it took the edge, went in and out of the hands of the keeper. So a let off there for St. Kitts.
Yeah, very bad miss there by the wicket keeper. So St. Kitts could have easily been 75 for 4 at the end of that over. They remain 75 for 3 at the end of 16 overs. So a very bad miss by the wicket keeper. And Wilkinson could have had another wicket in his bag. So we are about to see the commencement of over number 17 being bowled by the left armer. This one is tossed, a big full toss, and on this occasion it's put away over mid-wicket for 6. So that was a big gift. It probably slipped from his hand, and the batsman, number 5, hit it away over mid-wicket for 6. Very bad delivery, and given the full treatment for a maximum.
Very good shot. Full toss, and he played it well. That one has rolled down close to the football field. Big hit. Big shot from a batsman who knows what he's doing.
That's a very good stroke indeed. And the total has gone on to 81 for 3 with that stroke in the 17th over. The ball rolling all the way over onto the football field. The fielder has retrieved it from the football field and has come back onto the cricket field at this point. Very good stroke by Richards to take him on to 7. Bergen is yet to score. You see umpire Troy Mills having a very close look at that ball. I guess he's probably considering whether it should be changed. So he's tossing it back to the bowler, so they're going to continue with the same ball.
The good comeback delivery. There was Richards attempting to leave it, but it came back and struck the bat. Two straight, turn down fine, they'll get a couple. Nah, they're restricted. Now they get the second run. That's poor feeling down there. Under no pressure. And had the ball in his hands, let it slip away, and so they came back for a second run. So that's what you call an unforced error. And so we've seen about 5 runs given away so far to St. Kitts by Nevis. 83 for 3 in over number 17.
Divisions will want to tighten up on that because that really should have been a single. They would certainly want to tighten up on the fielding and not allow extra runs. Because alert batsmen who are sharp and quick between the crease, as soon as you fumble or you bobble, it's a single.
End of the over, 17 overs completed, and St. Kitts are 84 for the loss of 3. In the last 5 overs, they have lost some 2 wickets for 35 runs.
Wide delivery there, badly lined outside the line of the leg stump. The batsman attempted to sweep, made no contact. In the opinion of umpire Rudolph Watley, it was a little too wide and signaled wide.
Dragged down again on the onside, and they'll get a run from a leg by. So a slightly erratic start to the over by Wilkinson. 2 runs coming from the outside edge and running wide of the fielder at slip and down to third man. So Richards moves on to 12. It's 89 for 3. We are halfway in the over. Pull down short. There is protection down on the mid-wicket boundary, so they'll just have a single. And that's run number 90 for St. Kitts. Richards moves on to 13. Again drifting down leg. Third time in the over. Called wide. This is 91 for 3.
Another wide signal to Wilkinson. Will want to improve on his line.
End of the over. That's 18 overs completed. St. Kitts losing the 3 wickets. Then 91 for 3 at the crease. Bergen on 1 and Richards on 13.
Nevis will want to tighten up as much as possible and try to dry up the runs and force the Kittitian batsmen into errors. St. Kitts, of course, will be looking for these two, Bergen and Richards, to build on their partnership and take it deep into the innings. We have seen the completion of 18 overs, quite a number of overs left. It's a 50-over encounter. And Carlisle, the bowler, bowling from the media center end, left arm spinner. What is your pronunciation of his first name?
Xavier.
Oh, it's Xavier.
Xavier.
Okay, okay. And would you say that he is an orthodox left arm spinner?
Yes.
Orthodox left arm.
Short delivery in the air. This will go for 6. Experimented with that one, and this one was given the full treatment. And this is something that you have to keep teaching these young players. You're bowling, you have a batsman who is not scoring, you don't experiment. And so that has taken St. Kitts to 97 for 3.
Yes,
Remember one evening having dinner with the great Sir Lance Gibbs, and he said to me, Powell, could you tell me who is the bowler for West Indies with the best economy rate? And I was there thinking, and he said, man, you disappoint me, you're looking at him, it's me, it's Lance. Down the leg side and played away for 4. This is poor bowling. Drifted down the leg side and played pleasantly down to the vacant fine leg position for 4. Brings up the 100 for St. Kitts, 101 for 3 in over number 19.
It's a very badly lined delivery indeed. Outside the line of the leg stump, no one at fine leg, and easily swept away for 4.
So the one thing I have to teach these players to be patient. Things are not happening, you just don't give away runs. And that is the point that Lance Gibbs was making over dinner. He said, if I can't get them out, then they can't score.
Much better delivery there. Much better delivery, well flighted. On about middle and off, forcing the batsman to defend.
Shipped in the air, short of the field at mid-wicket. And Herbert recovers nicely. 101 for 3 St. Kitts. And this rate, they're looking at more than 250.
Well, as a bowler, if you are unable to pick up the batsman's wicket, you will be looking to be as economical as possible to dry up runs, to prevent the batsman from scoring. And in so doing, you will be creating pressure, which would induce foul strokes and force the batsman into making errors, which would result in you picking up the wicket of a batsman. So it is a battle. It's a battle of attrition, whereby you're looking to stifle that batsman, and force him into error if you cannot get the wicket. So that is what competitive cricket is all about. It's that competitive nature. You have to maintain that.
Single down to fine leg, as he was trained again there in line, Wilkinson, and just helped around the corner. Pull down, played in the air, will go down to the fielder on the mid-wicket boundary for a single. But again, pulled down short by Wilkinson.
It was played in the air, uppish, but away from the fielder at short, straight mid-wicket to his right, between the short mid-wicket and the square leg umpire. Wilkinson with a very short and very economical approach to the crease. St. Kitts remain 103 for 3 in over number 20, the final delivery of the 20th over coming up. Wilkinson from the southern end. Pemberton has switched to around the wicket.
Over the wicket.
Over the wicket, actually, and again he's wide outside the line of leg stump. Signaled by umpire Mills. Nicely played towards backward square for a single by Richards, who moves on to 25, and the total 106 for 3 in over number 21. Pemberton has switched from around the wicket between the umpire and the stumps to over the wicket from the northern or media center end. That's the end of his over, and it's 106 for 3 at the end of the 21st over. Bergen on 2 and Richards on 25. St. Kitts' current run rate is 5.05, and a projected score with this current run rate is 253. In the last 5 overs, they've lost no wicket and scored 31 runs. They're scoring at a decent run rate, just a shade above 5. Have quite a number of overs left, so they have time to build on that score. Need some good partnerships in the middle.
End over. Good over from Wilkinson. Score is 106 for the loss of 3. And Richards is on 25. Bergen is on 2. 22 overs have been completed.
The Kittitians are not really trying to force the issue. They are going about the business quite calmly, taking their time. They know that they still have a lot of overs left. It's 22 overs gone, 28 overs left. It's a 50 over encounter. They have quite a number of overs and lots of deliveries left to build a good total, a good challenging total. We see Pemberton switching back to between the umpire and the stumps around the wicket. Very good delivery, a loud shouts, loud appeal by the Nevisians.
Very well bowled.
Yes, very good delivery.
Wish we had the replay. I'd like to take a look at that again. He was reaching in front of his pads and playing completely around it. Short and punish. Into the offside, will go across the boundary for 4.
That was a lovely stroke. It was shot outside the off stump and asking to be hit, and it was given the full treatment by Bergen. He laid back and bisected the gap between backward point and the square cover into the boundary for 4. Very, very good stroke indeed. That takes him on to 6, and it's 110 for 3. Again, another wide delivery outside the line of leg stump by Pemberton. Pemberton would want to correct his line.
Another couple of runs here as this is played down to the extra cover area. And they have completed 2 runs. So Bergen will move on to 8. It's 110 for the loss of 3. 112 in fact 23 overs completed.
A nice looking stroke by Bergen at the end of the over. Delivery tossed up outside off stump when he was into that extra cover drive all along the ground, and picked up a couple of runs that pushed his Kittichen total to 112. 112 for 3. Richards on 25. It's Iwet Richards on 25, and Lashan Bergen on 8. 23 overs completed. We're into the 24th over. Divisions looking at some adjustments, making some adjustments to the field for the right-handed off-spinner Wilkinson, bowling from the Lozak Road end, the southern end of the ground. Very good stop there by the fielder at short extra cover, diving away to his left. Tossed up and driven into the turf. The Kittichen scoring rate has dropped somewhat, 4.77. Nice looking on drive wide of mid-on. Single to Richards takes him on 26, total 113 for 3. So another over comes to an end. That's over number 24. It's 113 for 3 with Bergen on 8 and Iwet Richards on 26. Richards has faced 32 deliveries. He has struck 2 sixes and a 4. Bergen 1-4 in his 8 21 deliveries. That was a very good stroke there. Delivery tossed up slightly outside the line of leg stump. And the batsman, Richards, picked it up and heaved it over deep backward square leg for 6. And that's his third 6. And the total has advanced to 119 for 3. So a very bad delivery by Pemberton and put away by Richards for a maximum way over the head of the fielder on the deep backward square leg boundary.
Pemberton has been too straight and drifting down the leg side too often, and Richards has batted him very well. Every time he has given him the opportunity, he has hit him cleanly out of the ground. Four more.
Lovely stroke through extra cover. Tossed up outside the off stump. And Richards into that extra cover drive all along the ground, out towards the deep extra cover boundary for 4. That takes Richards on to 36 and the total 123 for 3.
He's into his 6th over, Pemberton, but he has been all over the shop. Captain has been very patient with him. He has gone for 41 in his 6th over. Could have been taken out of the attack 2 overs ago.
He has been given a chance to redeem himself. We have seen him switch his line of attack from around the wicket to over the wicket. He has bowled a number of bad deliveries which have been dispatched for boundaries and maximums. So he would want to adjust his line and look at his line of attack. That is provided he's not taken out of the attack. Next over, we may very well see a new bowler coming from the media center or the northern end. So we are at the halfway stage. 25 overs have been completed. St. Kitts 123 for 3. Scoring at just a little over 4.92. Per over.
Partnership is 49 between this pair. And make that 50. 50 partnership comes up. Delivery which was tossed up. And there was Bergen just climbing into this one and hitting it straight over the head of the bowler, going down for 4. And so the 50 partnership coming up between this pair.
It's a very good partnership between the two. Very good partnership between Bergen and Richards, and the total 127 for 3. A very good stroke there by Bergen, tossed up, and he launched into that lofted on drive through the long on position into the boundary for 4. That takes him on to 12, and he has now struck 2 4s. Faced 24 deliveries. A good partnership between Bergen and Richards. 53 as nicely played out towards forward square leg, deep for a single. Fielder who looks like weeks on the deep mid-wicket boundary comes off the boundary to field. And one more to Richards. Richards on 36. 2 fours, 3 sixes, 38 deliveries. There we see another bit of fumbling by a Nevisian fielder. A bit of scrappy fielding resulted in an extra run. So once you fumble, the batsmen are going to put you under pressure and make every effort to get that extra run. What should have been 1 run turned out to be 2. Here we see a bit of a misfield again. Another single. And the total 130 for 3. So the Nevisians would want to tighten up on their fielding. They have to be tight in the field. The extra runs that you give away in these limited over games, the shorter versions, can come back to haunt you later on in the game. Bergen is on 13, Richards on 39, 131 for 3 after 26 overs. St. Kitts winning the toss and batting first. They're scoring at 5.04 runs per over.
Good 57-run partnership between this pair at the crease. Bergen has contributed 13 of that, but he wouldn't mind that at all, because the contribution is towards the team total. St. Kitts 131 for 3, 26 overs gone. We're seeing a change in bowling. Manners will be operating from the media center end.
And that is no surprise at all, because Pemberton was having some difficulties with his line and his length, and was conceding quite a number of runs. So it was only a matter of time before he was pulled out of the attack. Very good delivery by Manners. Very good delivery indeed. A very loud shout for a leg before.
I tell you something. That would have been missing the leg, would have been missing the off, would have been hitting the middle stump. Umpire Troy Mills seemed to be saying to the bowler that he was in front of him and obstructing his vision, but that would have knocked the center stump out of the ground.
Yes, it was certainly a good delivery. Delivery pitched between wicket and wicket and on line with the stumps. No wonder why the shout was that confident. Wow. Misfield there on the deep straight mid-wicket boundary, and it goes across the boundary for 4. It was a short delivery, a bit of a long hop, and powerfully struck. The one bounce in front of the fielder, number 12, on the, who appears to be Jones, Amaury Jones, got one bounce. He seemed to have had it covered, but it was powerfully struck and went through his hands across the boundary ropes, shoulder height, for 4.
But a more alert fielder really ought to have taken the catch, because when you look to see that the amount of time that the ball was in the air, and when he misfielded, he was still on the boundary, which meant that he was not walking in at all.
He did not move.
And had he been walking in even a couple of steps, that would have carried to him on the full. So not alert, Jones on that occasion, and hit powerfully. Once it hit the turf, it kicked, and it went for 4.
Yeah, had he been walking in, he would have gotten a little closer, much closer to where the ball dropped on the field. So he would have had a chance, even if he had to dive forward to to complete the catch. He really wasn't moving in with the bowler. So that has taken Richards on to 43. The total 135 for 3 in over number 27. Leeward Islands under-19 tournament, Nevis versus St. Kitts. Yesterday, Nevis defeated Antigua here by 76 runs. St. Kitts defeated St. Martin at the Connery Cricket Ground. A very wide margin as well. St. Kitts scoring 222. St. Martin falling short, being bowled out for under 100. So the two games yesterday were not very competitive at all, Carlisle.
Not at all. And it would be interesting to get a score from Connery, because there's a game going on at Connery now, Antigua against St. Martin. Both of whom lost yesterday, so both of whom would be looking to recover and get a victory today.
Yes, they will both be looking to redeem themselves. Carlisle, when we look around, do we see empty seats on the southern end?
St. Martin have been bundled out for 60.
Wow. St. Martin doing even worse today than they did yesterday. Yesterday they got into the 90s. Today they dismissed for paltry 60 runs.
Antigua and Barbuda are already 13 for no loss. The game is going to finish before lunch.
Yes, in quick time. What is like? It sounds more like a T10. Yeah.
And I keep raising the argument, Baptiste, that it is good to say that we're playing a Leeward's under-19 competition. But missing from the competition are full members Montserrat, BVI, USVI, Anguilla. So 4 of the 8 constituent members are missing. And you have to ask the question, what is the utility of these members apart from voting in general elections?
It would be quite interesting to know why, especially or particularly, Montserrat and Anguilla and Montserrat in particular, are not in the tournament, especially bearing in mind that those two countries would have participated in these youth tournaments over the years. We
look at the senior tournament, which is going to come up in early June. It's the end of the over, 28 completed, 140 for 3 St. Kitts. Senior T20 competition will come up in Antigua in June. Pay attention to the member countries who will be participating in that as well. I want to bet you that some of the very same missing components will be missing again at senior level in June.
Well, we have to ask ourselves why. What may be the issues that countries like Anguilla, Montserrat, the British Virgin Islands, the USVI, what sort of issues are they having? Is the Leeward Islands Cricket Board aware of the problems that they may have or they may be having, and is there any way in which the board may be able to assist? And here we see a similar stroke, short delivery, again pulled through straight mid-wicket. and bouncing in front of Jones. Jones has some height. He's not a short man by any means, but it was powerfully struck. And with that first bounce, it popped over his head and into the boundary for 4 more. So that would take the total onto 144 for 3, with Richards on 46 and Bergen on.
We see a belated signal for no ball,
which means that the total would probably increase by 1, and that would make it, instead of 144, it should go up to 145, because there's 1 for the no ball plus the 4. As you see, another big stroke, and is he going to be caught?
but it's a free hit.
Oh, it was a
Don't
free
get
hit.
too excited, Baptiste.
Free hit. Okay, so I missed that. No, even though he was caught, he would not have been dismissed because it was a free hit. That takes the total on to 146.
I'd like to know what caused the no ball infringement, though it couldn't be for field restrictions, because they had more than enough in this circle. And if it's front foot, well, it came very, very late.
Yeah, it was a very late signal by umpire Mills. He seems to be pointing out something to Manners, and they are making a slight adjustment to the field. They are switching. You see Pluck moving from mid-off to wide long on.
Two more, 148 for the loss of 3.
Player with number 24, an emergency fielder.
Krishna.
Okay. Yeah, we see that's what pressure does. That's what pressure does. And the batsmen were looking for the quick single. The fielder had it covered initially, but again, as a result of the fumble or the misfield, that presented the opportunity for the batsman to go through for a single.
Our score is showing him on 49, but the big scoreboard is showing him on 50.
We're going to have that clarified as we see another bit of misfielding by number 19.
20. Had enough time to move to his right, tumbled to the ground instead, and it bubbled away for a single.
Once you bubble, you are going to pay. The batsmen are going to make you pay. Alert batsmen.
$150 has come up for St. Kitts. 29 overs completed. 150 for the loss of 3 wickets. And the partnership between these two is now at 76. Bergen is on 21. Richards, by our scorecard, is showing 49.
A very good partnership between Bergen and Richards. Very, very good partnership indeed. They have batted well. They haven't been rash. They have consolidated and built a very good partnership for St. Kitts. I think it's looking to get well over 200. They have more than enough overs to do so. Some 21 overs left. 29 gone. They are scoring at 5.17 runs per over. And we have been told that The score of 49 for Richards is correct, so he's one away from his half century. And he should have an opportunity to get that half century now as Bergen scores another single to mid-on, taking him on to 22. And the total 151 for 3. Wilkinson will bowl to Richards, who is on 49, one away from his half century. And he is beaten outside the line of the off stump. We will see very shortly if it was an edge. It goes for 4, it's signal 4. And was there any signal there for buys, or were they runs? Well, he has brought up his half century. It was off the edge, so it was a chance for Richards, and he has gone to 53. A well played half century. This one is played out towards long on for another single to Richards. He's on to 54. And the total 156 for 3. So Richards bringing up his half century there with a very fortuitous 4. Being dropped by the wicket keeper. He was pushing forward outside the line of the off stump. Well flighted delivery from Wilkinson. And outside edge found. Wicketkeeper did not hold on to the catch, and Richards got 4 runs to bring him to his half century. He's now 53. Another over has come to an end. That would be the end of over number 30. 30 overs have been completed, and the total 154 for 3 St. Kitts. After winning the toss and opting to bat first, St. Kitts would think that they made the right decision. We see a change in bowling from the northern or media center end. Right arm off spinner in light brown has been introduced into the attack, and immediately the Kittitian batsmen get a single to long on. Take the total on to 155. And he's given out. He's given out leg before.
Played all around it.
Well tossed up delivery, and he was not playing straight. He was not in line with that delivery, and he is indicating that the ball came off the bat.
This is something that you simply do not do. I haven't seen any batsman when out, caught at the wicket or caught any place else and stood up at the crease, said to the umpire, I played it, I'm going. But whenever the umpires send them out, whether they touch it yes or not, they seem as if they must indicate I touched it, and that is an unfair dismissal. This is what you call dissent.
he was not pleased with the decision at all. And he actually touched the spot on the bat where he indicated that the ball would have touched. So in his opinion, he was not out leg before. He could not have been out leg before because he would have made contact. That's Richards dismissed for 54. 54 is correct. And Bergen is not out on 24. We will tell you in a moment the batsman who has replaced Richards. Wilkinson so far has bowled 8 overs, 1 maiden, 30 runs, and he has picked up 1 wicket. Irate Richards was leg before to Light Brown. So Light Brown coming into the attack and straight away making the breakthrough for the Nevisians. I think they have lost their 5th wicket. The new batter who has joined Bergen is
Tilokani.
Kunal Tilokani. Richard scored 54 from 58 deliveries with 4 fours and 3 sixes. He batted for 55 minutes and had a strike rate of 93.10.
And it's actually 4 wickets down for St. Kitts, not 5. And St. Kitts 158 for 4 after 31 overs. Light Brown coming in and removing the dangerous Richards, who look good, has power, backs himself, bats with confidence, and it's always good to see that in a young batsman.
Yes, he certainly applied himself, and he was very disciplined. He made use of all the bad deliveries that were served up to him. He dispatched some bad deliveries over the boundary for 6. He had at least 3 maximums, 3 sixes in his innings. And he played some good strokes through the offside as well. So he applied himself and batted quite well for his 54. The totals moved on to 159 for 4 in 31.1 overs. So we are into the 32nd over, being bowled by Wilkinson from the southern end.
We were talking about the competition and the number of teams absent. Half of the membership of league are taking part in this tournament. And this is something which the board is going to have to work towards. If you are not participating in the tournament, it must cost you the minimum of your participation fee. There must be sanctions. And I tell you, for example, for Nevis to take part in this competition, our participation fee was closer to 18,000 than 17. And then you add to that $1,000 a day for boat transportation. So it's not cheap. And then you can have some members not participate and it don't cost them a cent.
Wow.
My argument, if you are not taking part in the competition and it's going to cost Nevis $20,000, You, as a non-participating member, ought to pay the minimum plus an extra 5,000. 25,000 for not taking part. Then you'll probably see members scrambling to get teams to participate. Second thing that concerns me is the fact that the playing conditions were issued maybe 2 days before the competition. When you read the playing conditions, for example, they say that we start at 9:30, and so Nevis turned up early for a 9:30 start, only to be told by the groundsmen and the umpires, no, it's 10 o'clock start. And we had shifted our boat to accommodate a 9:30 start. And then secondly, you read the playing conditions, and they are playing conditions which were simply picked up from the competition, the under-19 competition that was played in St. Vincent in 2023, and just forwarded. So that they say that to qualify, you should be under 19 by the 31st of August 2022. That's 3 years ago. We are outdated by a minimum of 3 years. The playing conditions are the playing conditions for the 2023 West Indies competition. Have not been updated to say Leeward Islands cricket competition, or the dates have not been updated either. That is very, very concerning. It means that the Leeward's board simply got it wrong by being lazy.
Well, they need to get the act together, and we'll have to sort out those issues. In the case of the Division team participating in this tournament here in St. Kitts, do they travel?
We travel daily.
Every day? Wow.
It's not out. That's coming off the pads. Team travels on a daily basis, leaving Nevis. Left Nevis yesterday at 7:30 for 9:30 start. Today we left at 8 since the game was starting at 10.
I was told that the game today was going to start at 9:30. The game yesterday began at 10.
I'll tell you something, Baptiste. You could understand the playing conditions for St. Vincent last year and the stipulation that the games would start at 9:30 because the competition was played in August. We all know that at August the days are shorter. We are in April, and in June we know we have the longest day of the year. So in April it's staying light longer, so that you have fairly good light right until maybe 6:15. And if you start the games at 10, you are likely to get them completed in very good light by 6. But to just take up the playing conditions with an August month playing time and to say we're starting at 9:30 without seeing the change says that somebody did not read the playing conditions and did not make the changes to adapt them to Leeward Islands for a tournament played in April. That is concerning. Short delivery, bad delivery, pull down, pulled away for 4. This is not good bowling by Light Brown. He's rushing the bowling and just dragged it down.
Very bad delivery indeed. Short, long hop, put away, backward of square, into the boundary for 4 by Bergen. That takes him on to 30. Total 168 for 4. Bergen has struck some 4-4s so far, and he has faced 42 deliveries. Well, you have made a good point in that the closer we get to the middle of the year, the closer we get to May, June, July, the lighting stays around much longer. So we have longer days. So I assume what you're saying is that to start the game at 10 should not be an issue.
Not at all.
You would have more than enough good lighting all the way up to 5:36, even after 6.
We just finished a day night first-class game here in St. Kitts, for example.
Yeah.
And we saw the lights coming on after 5, but not taking effect until around 5:45, 6.
Yeah, when
you know, so you have good natural light.
Yeah. Well, I think if there are any adjustments to be made to the playing conditions, they should be made in good time and given to the teams as early as possible.
I agree. Those should have been with the teams a minimum of a week before, so that the coaches and the captains could get familiar with the playing conditions.
Yes, they should have been aware.
But you put this down to the cricket committee. What is their purpose? Did they review the playing conditions before they were issued? And if not, why? And if they didn't do it, why is the cricket committee chairman still functioning as a chairman? He should have been fired.
I guess some may say that would be a very harsh course of action.
You see, let us suppose that a team had followed the playing conditions and had brought players and restricted the team to players who were under 19 by the 31st of August 2022. You would have had an under 17 team playing, not under 19. 170 for 4 St. Kitts, we're in over number 34. Consecutive wides by Wilkinson.
He would want to tighten up on that and want to make an adjustment to his line of attack and attack the stump some more, force the batsman to play as opposed to giving away extras, giving away sundries outside the line of the leg stump. With respect to teams from the Leeward Islands not participating in the tournament, is there any particular reason why, or are there given reasons why some of these teams are not taking part?
I have no idea.
You see a very good...
All I know, it's concerning. Because if you play this competition again next year, some of the very same teams will again not participate.
But,
I'd bet you on that.
I'm saying that the Leeward Islands Cricket Board should be investigating that and trying to find out from the individual associations what issues they have, what problems they have, what is preventing them from sending teams to participate in, whether it's the under 17, the under 19, or the senior tournament. So what are the issues? And if the board is aware of the issues, then the board should make an effort, even if they have to go through the West Indies Cricket Board, to see if they can assist and help out these associations to get the houses in order and get things together so that they can send teams to the tournaments, because the tournament can only grow, it can only increase and improve if we have more participation from all the associate member teams, our member countries.
Wish you good luck. We're at the second drinks interval. 16 overs left. It's 172 for 4. 31 is Bergen. 4 is Tilokani. And Wilkinson completed his spell. 1 for 36 from 10. And Light Brown is the other bowler who came in and who picked up that important wicket of Richards. He has picked up 1 for 9 from 2. And by now, we figure that the other game over at Connery has been completed, because St. Martin were bowled out very cheaply. But we look at the scorecard here. Henry was caught by Yolanda Smith North to Xavier Pemberton for 47. Sachin Saunders bowled by Delroy Pemberton for 8. DeAndre Drew caught by Xavier Pemberton of Tishon Wilkinson for 9. LaShawn Bergen not out on 31. From 43, he had a slow start, but he's picking up quite nicely. Eret Richards, LBW Bowl Light Brown for 54. And Kunal Tilokani, he's not out on 4 from his 13 deliveries. The extras have been a lot, 19, made up of 12 wides, 2 no balls, 1 leg by, and 4 byes. So 19, and at that final water break for this inning, St. Kitts winning the toss and batting 172 for 4. Bowling figures: Jadon Herbert 5 overs 1 maiden, none for 17. Delroy Prentice 7 overs 1 maiden, 1 for 31. Yolano Smith in 2 overs for 19 runs. Xavier Pemberton 1 for 41 from 6. Tishon Wilkinson 1 for 36 from his 10 overs. Jevon Manners none for 14 from 2. Light Brown 1 for 9 from 2 overs. So the players are taking a break. We too will take a break. We'll be back with you as soon as play resumes.
We are back here at Warner Park. We are about to see the resumption of play after the drinks break. St. Kitts batting 172 for 4. The not out batsmen LaShawn Bergen on 31 and Kunal Dilokani on 4. The last batsman to go was Ereth Richards, leg before to Light Brown for 54. Made from 58 deliveries with 4 fours and 3 sixes. He batted for 55 minutes. So the bowler operating from the northern or media center end is Light Brown. He's into his 3rd over. And before this he had 2 overs, no maiden, 9 runs, 1 wicket. The other wicket takers for Nevis so far, Tayshawn Wilkinson, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 36 runs, 1 wicket. T. Xavier Pemberton, 6 overs, no maiden, 41 runs, 1 wicket. And Delroy Prentice, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 31 runs, 1 wicket. Herbert has bowled 5 overs, 1 maiden, 17 runs, no wicket. Smitten, Yolano Smitten, 2 overs, no maiden, 19 runs, no wicket. Manners, 2 overs, no maiden, 14 runs, no wicket. St. Kitts $173 for 4 in over number 35. Into the 35th over, with the final delivery coming up. Maybe a run out as the 2 batsmen hesitating in the middle. The single was on, but as a result of a bit of hesitation between Tilokani, who played the stroke out towards deep mid-off, and LaShawn Bergen, there was a bit of indecision and hesitation on the part of those 2 batsmen, which could have easily resulted in a run-out had the fielding been a bit sharper and the throw a little more accurate. Nonetheless, it ended well for the 2 batsmen. At the end of over number 35, St. Kitts scoring at 4.97, 174 for 4. We saw a very good partnership between Richards and Bergen for the 4th wicket. Where they took the total from 74 for 3 to 158 for 4 in the 30th over. 78 for 3 when DeAndre Drew went in the 16th over. So a very good partnership between Richards and Bergen.
2 substitutes on the field.
Let's hope the divisions do not have any serious injury problems. partnership between Bergen and Whitfield. Here we see another bit of indecision again between the Kittian batsmen. They have to work on their communications. Have to work on that communication. Doesn't seem to be in order. Pleasant looking off drive by Tilokani. And this one is heaved out towards deep and straight mid-wicket. Single, looking to clear the boundary there. Didn't quite get the timing and the elevation to clear the boundary. Picked up 1 run. That takes the total on to 179 for 4. Bergen going on to 35. And Tilokani and 7. Continues from the media center end. He is being spoken to by umpire Troy Mills. Apparently encroaching onto the pitch. This one is tossed up on about middle and leg. And Tilokani looking for that drive through straight mid-wicket, and he lays back looking to cut back with a point, beaten outside the line of the off stump, taken behind by wicket keep, taken behind by the wicket keeper. This one is swung away and it goes into the deep straight mid-wicket boundary for yet another boundary. Yet another 4. Bad delivery by Light and put away by Tilokani. That will take him on to 11. First boundary, first 4. Short delivery, badly lined, and Tilokani inside of his stumps, and here he is advancing again, presenting the full face of the bat, but it comes off the outside edge and runs towards third man, very close to the third man boundary. The batsman picked up 2 more runs. Tilokani advances to 13, and the total 185 for 4. St. Kitts batting first here at the Warner Park cricket ground. Played gently out towards backward point, and the fielder coming in with a very sharp bit of fielding, but the batsmen were well and truly home. At the end of over number 37, St. Kitts winning the toss and batting 185 for 4. Tilokani on 13, and LaShawn Bergen on 35. Bergen has faced 50 deliveries and struck 4 fours. St. Kitts in with a very good chance to post a very good total here. 13 overs left, 36 37 gone, 186 for 4. They bat out the remaining overs. They should get well over 200. Probably even more than 250. It all depends on how well they bat from here. They're into the 38th over, 187 for 4. Bergen has batted well. A very good 84-run partnership with Richards. Richards scored 47. Should have had his half century. Gave it away. And that one is well struck. Well struck by Bergen. Out towards long on. Into the boundary for 4. And you see the Nevision fielder crawling on his knees in the covers near the side screen, the black side screen. They're playing with a white ball. So it's white ball cricket, 50 overs per side. A good stroke by Bergen, pitched up, Bergen into the drive, lofted drive, aerial stroke, but clear of any fielder, into the boundary for 4. That takes him on to 41. Total into the 190s, 193 for 4. We are at the halfway stage of the 38th over. 37.3 overs gone. 3 deliveries of over number 38. We do not have much of a crowd on hand. Very much similar to yesterday, but a little better. Yes, a little better today than yesterday, as we see some spectators at the sort of extra cover position. If you are looking with the batsman at the northern end, bowler from the southern end. Stifled appeal there by the Nevisians. And it's in the air, but safe. It's going to fall safely. Top edge. Bergen was looking to pull. Got a top edge. It ballooned into the air. And fell in no man's land. No one was close to where it fell to make a catch of it. Bergen was very fortunate there that it did not go to hand. It went towards third man, and they were able to pick up 2 runs to take Bergen on to 42. And the total 194. 194 for 4. St. Kitts batting first here at Warner Park. This encounter versus Nevis. Nevis was successful yesterday. They defeated Antigua by 76 runs. They scored 176 and dismissed Antigua for an even 100. Exactly 100. St. Kitts defeated St. Martin yesterday at the Connery ground. ball signal by umpire Troy Mills. It was wide outside the line of the off stump. Yes, that's it is very wide outside the line of the off stump, and signaled no ball by umpire Troy Mills. Apparently, the bowler Brown would have overstepped the popping crease or overstepped that front crease. Another single to Tilokani. Takes him on to 15, total 196 for 4. Over number 39. So 4 deliveries have been bowled in the 39th over. Tilokani is in line with the middle and leg stump, played out towards wide mid-on. Straight, short mid-wicket. And there is Brown looking for that expansive drive through the offside. And it came off thick outer half of the bat and went into the third man boundary for 4. 200 coming up for St. Kitts. St. Kitts 200 coming up of the final delivery of the 39th over. Bergen on to 43. Tilokani and 19. Brown has bowled 5 overs, no maiden, 24 runs, 1 wicket. Manners, 4 overs, no maiden, 27 runs, no wicket. And we are seeing the reintroduction of Pemberton into the attack. He will be coming in from the southern Lozak Road end. And his line of attack will be between the umpire and the stumps, it appears. He will be bowling around the wicket between the umpire and the stumps. They have not yet settled on the field for Pemberton. Slight adjustment has been made. They have put a man on the drive at short extra cover. There is a man back with a point, no appeal. They are appealing, and the
Belatedly
appeal
given out.
upheld by umpire Watley, rather belatedly. It was a loud appeal by the Nevisians. Pemberton seemed to be very confident that he had his man, and he was supported by his teammates. Loud, vociferous appeal by Nevis, and the appeal upheld by umpire Watley, which means that Tilokani has been dismissed for 19.
Looked like a good appeal there, and struck him right in line. The umpire allowed him to complete the single before he sent him on his way, but it looked like a pretty good appeal. Players seemed confident. Not that they are not always sounding confident, but it looked good from here.
Tilcani goes for 19, 27 deliveries with 2 fours. Strike rate of 70.37, 70.37. And the Kittians have lost their 5th wicket with the total 200. So Kitts will be, it's 201. 201 for 5.
Another good partnership.
Yes, I was just about to say that. Very nice little partnership between Tilokani and Bergen. They took the score from
158.
158 to 200. 201. That is running down towards fine leg, and the batsman complete 2. And it looks like runs for the new batsman,
Elijah Lewis.
Elijah Lewis, the left-hander.
They didn't have a slip, and that one went right where a slip would have been.
Now a slip is being employed. So after the horse would have bolted, a slip is being employed. Very wide delivery there by Pemberton. Pemberton is bowling to Lewis, and Lewis is sweeping. Sweeping nicely out
gonna get 4.
towards the deep, the long leg boundary, and it goes into the boundary for 4.
Not good bowling, all over the shop. Wide on the offside, then down the leg side. Not good bowling at all.
A little bit too wide outside the line of leg stump there, and he allowed Lewis the opportunity to play that sweep shot with a lot of flourish, full flow of the bat. He got some good bat onto it, and it went into the long leg boundary for 4. So that takes Lewis on to 6, and a total 208 for 5. So Pemberton will want to finish strong here for Nevis. He has yielded quite a lot of runs. He doesn't seem to be bowling with too much confidence now. Doesn't seem to be bowling with too much confidence at all. That was the final delivery of that over. At the end of 40 overs, St. Kitts scoring 208 for 5 with a run rate of 5.2.
And the projected score is showing 260 at this point. That would be in excess of what they got yesterday. That would be a very good score, and it would take some batting from Nevis to get to that score.
Yes, most definitely. Carlisle, we know it's a working day. It's the middle of the week, but one may ask, what can be done to get spectators to come to the park to look at the youngsters play a competition of this nature? We're speaking about the Leeward Islands under-19 tournament, where we are seeing a lot of the future players for Nevis, St. Kitts, Antigua, St. Martin. St. Martin, they seem to have been doing reasonably well in recent times. They've produced Casey Carty, first test player to come out of St. Martin. One would ask, this one is struck hard and high there, and that brings up the half century for Bergen. Hard and high for 6, and it takes him from 44 to 50. very good half century there by Bergen.
Oh yeah, played it well, he paced himself very well. He's a player with some discipline. He has come up through the ranks for the Leewards, has played at under 15 and under 17 level.
St. Kitts has advanced to 214 for 5.
It's very well played. In the gap, good feeling down on the boundary as well. They have completed 2.
Yes, it was a full delivery, full toss on the bat, on about middle and leg stump, and played through mid-wicket. He didn't look to hit it too hard, timed it well. A good diving save to his right on the mid-wicket boundary, saving 2 runs. Total 216 for 5. We are in the 41st over. Switch to his line of attack from over to around the wicket. Foul appeal, but seemingly sliding down leg side.
Probably pitch outside. Because with that angle, he probably pitch outside the leg stump.
Full delivery, played away towards short backward square. One single. Bergen is 52. Lewis is on 6 at the end of 41 overs, 216 for 5. Again belatedly given out. Loud appeal by the Nevisians, and Lewis will have to go. The appeal upheld by umpire Rudolph Watley. Loud appeal by the Nevisians, prolonged the appeal, and seemingly they were confident that they had the man. They appealed until the decision was given. Elijah Lewis goes for 6, and total 216 for 6 in over number 42.
Was full from hand straight onto the pads, and he was playing all around it, looking to swing it into the onside. This must be the style of umpire Watley. He takes his own time to give these decisions, and there's nothing wrong with that once he gets it right.
Yeah, some umpires are a bit spontaneous, much quicker with the decision making. Umpire Watley has a good look first, takes his time before raising the dreaded finger. seems to like to use the left hand.
He's a left-hander naturally.
Oh, he's a natural left-hander. Wondering if he was using the left hand in spite of being a right-hander.
Rudy Kurtzen used to use that left hand in a slow, deliberate way. It's a poor delivery.
This one is very wide outside the line of the leg stump. Fittingly and appropriately signaled wide by umpire Watley. Delroy Prentice, who has been brought back into the attack from the southern or Lozak Road end. And he's bowling right arm leggy or off?
Off, but drifters mainly.
Bowls some drifters. This is right arm off spinner.
Successful over completed. He has picked up 2 for 32, 217 for 6, 42 overs completed.
Successful over there for Prentice. He just completed his 8th over. 8 overs, 1 made and 32 runs. 2 wickets. It's 217 for 6 at the end of 42 overs with Bergen on 52. Well played half century. 67 deliveries, 4 fours and 2 sixes. And the new batsman who has joined Bergen at the crease is Jaheim Clark. Jaheim Clark. He has joined Bergen at the crease and he is yet to score. Single to the total. Bergen has moved on to 53. Clark is yet to score. And he's now on strike and he gets his first run. As he played out towards wide mid-on. Another run to Bergen. He's on to 54. And the total advances to 220 for 6 at the end of 43 overs.
So another 7 overs left in the inning. And St. Kitts are still looking at a projected score of 256. That is, in fact, if they keep their wickets in hand, because they have lost a few recently. Plus, they would love to have Bergen at the crease. He has batted very well today.
They're scoring at 5.12 after 43 overs. They would want to ensure that they bat out the remaining 7 overs. It's always good to see teams make maximum use of their quota of overs, make full use, maximize the quota of overs that you have. When you fail to do that, it means that you would have forfeited extra runs that you should have gotten. Yesterday we saw Nevis failing to bat over 13 overs. Fortunately for them, they bowled and fielded well enough to dismiss Antigua for 100. Another wide bowled by Prentice. That takes the total on to 223. Lovely stroke through extra cover. Tossed up, last delivery of the 44th over, and driven powerfully through extra cover for 4.
And brought about simply because of a misfield the previous ball, when it should have been stopped at extra cover, but went through extra cover and allowed a single to bring Bergen and strike. He's batting well. He's batting really, really well. Very pleasing on the eyes.
It's been a very good knock by Bergen. He has applied himself and batted with a lot of discipline. We haven't seen too many rash strokes from him. He has played the deliveries on merit. When bad deliveries were there to be hit and put away, he put them away. Good deliveries were respected. It's been a very good knock by Lashon Bergen. 56 from 74 deliveries, 4 fours and 2 sixes. 228 for 6 in over number 45. 45th over. And we see Weeks coming into the attack from the northern media center. Bowling right and medium fast, and he bowls him with his first delivery. Very bad shot. Delivery pitched on about middle and leg stump by Weeks. And there was the batsman advancing, charging, and looking to heave Weeks over long on. He missed, and Weeks struck. The Kitchens have lost their 7th wicket with a total on 228. A very naughty stroke there by Bergen. Bergen was batting well, but he has now given it away.
And this is a challenge that I have with some of these young players. I mean, you're already chalked up a half century to his name. And look at the board. 6 overs to go, which means if you're thinking as a young batsman at the crease, you say 6 times 6 is 36. I would love for my team to get a runner ball from here on in, possibly more. But if my team is going to get more, it means that because I've been at the crease for such an extended period of time, and I already have a half century, that it will be up to me to get my team across the line. And so on 56, first delivery from Weeks, he just charged him and lost his stumps.
Very bad stroke. Delivery pitched up in line with middle and leg stump, and there he was looking to charge, heave Weeks over long on. He missed. Weeks hit. After batting so well, it was very unfortunate to see him give it away like that. The new batsman is Javid Edwards. He is off the mark. Clark on 5. $229 for 7.
Successful over by Mr. Weeks, and the score is 232 for the loss of 7. 5 overs left in this inning, and St. Kitts are currently scoring at 5.18 runs per over, and score still projected to exceed 250, looking at 259.
running there by Clark and Edwards, forcing second run. Take the total on to 235 for 7. Prentice again around the wicket. And one more run to wide long on.
End of over number 46, 238 for 7, St. Kitts. Pemberton has picked up 2 for 54 from his 8 overs.
St. Kitts will be looking to get, if not to 250, but as close as possible. We have 4 overs in which to do so. That one was powerfully played back to the bowler.
Return catch.
A return catch. Stuck out the left hand, but for some reason did not hold on to it. It was powerfully struck. Nonetheless, he would have had to put both hands there and let that ball stick, or pluck it out with one hand. Again, straight, very straight. A single. Edwards is on 9 and Clark on 8. Powerfully played out towards wide long off for a single by Edwards. It's Japping Edwards. He has moved on to 10. This one is lofted hard
6.
and high onto the roof of the stadium. And it signals 6. That's a huge 6 by Jaheim Clark. Tossed up by Weeks, and Clark launched into it.
Was in the slot.
Yes.
Right there in the half volley arc. And something like that, you play that away for 6 runs. He played it beautifully. You keep telling the bowlers you have to put something behind it. You don't come in and rest it down and think that the batsman is going to anoint it. You put some effort behind the delivery, and he was right there in his legs, and he played it beautifully for 6.
It was well struck, powerfully struck, hard and high, onto the roof of the Warner Park cricket facility to our right, to the right of our commentary position here at the media center. Unless they can find someone to get that ball from off the roof, they may very well have to choose another ball from a box of spare balls that they have. And that has taken the total on to 247 for 7. So there we see the two officials going out with at least two balls. One, they're being shown to umpire Rudolph Watley. So they're looking for a ball that probably was used for anywhere near 46, 47 overs. We're in the 47th over. Clark is on 14, Edwards on 10, and it's 247 for 7 in over number 47. So the 250 very much on the card for St. Kitts. They're scoring at 5.29, and they have a projected score of 265 at that rate, at the rate of 5.29. Weeks would want to come back and come back strong. Short to Clark, and Clark was inside of his wicket and pulled it back out of square. Cleanly fielded by the fielder on the deep backward square boundary. 1 run, it's 248. And this one is hit hard.
It's going to land safely.
Into the air, but it's safe. Fortunately for him, he didn't get a little more onto it. It fell safely between Carlton, between Pluck and emergency fielder. Pluck there at the wide mid on for deep. Straight mid wicket. End of over number 47, 249 for 7 St. Kitts.
Prentice will be bowling from the Lozak Road end.
Look at the bowling actions of Prentice, that's Delroy Prentice and Xavier Pemberton. Those two, and it's hit straight. Batsman complete 2 runs, so 250 coming up for St. Kitts in over number 48. 251 for 7. That's a very good score by St. Kitts at this point. Drop catch, hit hard in the air. Fielder coming off the long on boundary, got close to it, but was unable to complete the catch.
No, just got close to it. He overran the ball and it went through his hands and behind him.
Very bad bit of judgment there. big misjudgment on the part of that fielder. That catch really should have been taken.
But he has given it away nonetheless. In that Clark jumped down the pitch and had a wild swing. The keeper had the bails off in a hurry. And they were shouting, how is that? And looking at the square leg umpire, Troy Biff Mills kept his hands to his side because he saw that Jaheim Clark had given himself out and started walking back to the pavilion.
Seemingly the batsman Clark was aware that he was well out-stumped. He was well out of his crease, looking for that explosive stroke. And it was a very good bit of glove work there by the wicketkeeper. He had the bails off in a flash, and the Nevisians were convinced that Clark was gone. The new batsman is Caden Francis. He has joined Edwards on 14. I'm saying, Carlisle, that you would have seen a lot of spinners over the years. You would have seen Elquimina Willett and Derek Parry and many other spinners. You look at the two spinners here, Pemberton and Prentice. They both would want to do some more work in terms of modifying and fine-tuning their bowling actions. I think the coaches would want to do.
And I'll ask you the question, why?
Additional work.
I'll ask you the question, why would they want to modify the actions? If Mutaya Muralitharan had been a West Indian, he may never have played cricket. If Lasith Malinga had been a West Indian, he might never have played cricket because we'd have tried to modify them. But why? If Colin Croft had been from St. Kitts Nevis, the way that he bowled and placed his feet, we might have said to him, no, you're too awkward, don't do this.
I can recall seeing a documentary on Muralitharan, and quite a lot of explanations and details were given on why he bowled the way he bowled. And I think it was shown it was because.
So I'm saying to you, you're asking for modifications. Are you saying that they have suspect bowling actions? If that is what you're saying, I want you to say it. Because I see no reason for them to modify their bowling actions. You have, come on, guys, you got to do better than this. Now both batsmen are at the wrong end. Two chances at a run out finally taken. It was played into the onside and the batsman was stranded in the middle of the pitch. It overshot the stumps here at the media center end, went into the onside. Both batsmen took off running towards the media center end, and so the throw was sent down to the Lozak Road end and resulted in a simple run out. And so another wicket has gone for St. Kitts. It's 255 for the loss of 8 now, is it?
Yes, 255 for 8. And
no, it should be for 9.
it should be, the score has not changed yet on our screen. The scoreboard has...
It's for 9.
Yeah, 9. The scoreboard has now put up 9. So it's 255 for 9.
And it's Francis who was out, run out.
Francis. The new batsman is Davanje Stokes. Davanje Stokes. So Edwards is on 15. Stokes has just joined him. It's 255 for 9, and we are in over number 49, being bowled by Weeks. Slower delivery there. Played out towards backward point. And the total advances to 255. This one
In the
is
air, should he really be out caught? No.
Played in the air, big stroke. Didn't get anywhere, but didn't get to hand. Weeks was the closest to it, but unable to effect a catch. Total 257 for 9. Stokes has got off the mark, he's on 1, and an easy catch brings the innings to a close. Easy catch. Big full toss on the bat, and there was Edwards hitting straight to the man at short extra cover. Catch taken, and the innings, the condition innings has come to an end in the 49th over. It's 257 for 9 after 48.5 overs. So to look at the scorecard, the condition scorecard, Xavier Henry, he was caught by Yolano Smitten of Xavier Pemberton for 47. He faced 60 deliveries, struck 6 fours and a 6, strike rate of 78.33, batted for 63 minutes. Sachin Saunders, he was bowled by Delroy Prentice for 8, struck 1-6, 18 deliveries, 28 minutes. DeAndre Drew, he was caught by Xavier Pemberton of Tayshaun Wilkinson for 9. He faced 14 deliveries, he struck 1-4 and batted for 36 minutes. Larshan Bergen, he had a good innings, 56. He was bowled by Leshon Weeks for 56. 76 balls, 4 fours and 2 sixes, strike rate of 73.68, and he stayed at the crease for 114 minutes. Iwet Edwards, he was leg before wicket light brown for 54 from 58 deliveries with 4 fours and 3 sixes, strike rate of 93.10, and he batted for 55 minutes. Kunal Tilokani, he was leg before Xavier Pemberton for 19, 28 balls, 2 fours, 35 minutes he spent at the crease, strike rate of 67.86. Elijah Lewis, he was leg before Delroy Prentice for 6, 5 balls, 1 four, 7 minutes. Jaheim Clark, he scored 17 from 18 with a 1-4 and a 6.94 his strike rate, and he batted for 26 minutes. Javid Edwards was not out in 16 from 15 balls, and he stayed at the crease for 20 minutes. 106.67 his strike rate. Caden Francis, he was run out by Amory Jones for no score, and Devondre Stokes was caught by Delroy Prentice of the bowling of Leshon Weeks for 1. So Javid Edwards remained not out on 16. The total 257 all out St. Kitts of 49 overs. So they batted for 49 of the allotted 50 overs and did not bat the final over. The innings consisted of 24 extras, 16 wides, 3 no balls, 1 leg bye, and 4 byes. The bowling for Nevis, Jadot and Herbert, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 17 runs, no wicket. Delroy Prentice, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 45 runs, 3 wickets. Yolano Smith, 2 overs, no maiden, 19 runs, no wicket. T. Xavier Pemberton, 8 overs, no maiden, 54 runs, 2 wickets. Tayshaun Wilkinson, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 36 runs, 1 wicket. And the captain, Jevon Manners, 5 overs, no maiden, 30 runs, no wicket. Lightburn had 6 overs, no maiden, 32 runs, 1 wicket. Leshon Weeks came back towards the end very strongly. He bowled 3 overs, no maiden, 19 runs, and he picked up 2 wickets. So the position here at the halfway stage with St. Kitts have been dismissed for 257 of 49 overs, and Nevis will have to get 258 of their 50 overs. St. Kitts scored at 5.24 runs per over. Now that's the position here, with St. Kitts being bowled out for 257 at Warner Park. We'll be back for the resumption of play with Nevis, searching for 258 for victory of 50 overs.
Welcome back to Warner Park. Nevis searching for 258 to win. 1 over completed, 4 for no loss. Opening with Light Brown and Rajani Dida. Dida is on strike. Starting with a wide. All 5 runs on the board so far have come from wide deliveries. St. Kitts yesterday getting to 222 against St. Martin and bettering their score today, getting up to 257. Kicked off the legs nicely. This one will go across the boundary for the first 4 for the inning. Just drifting into the legs there, Clark. And played nicely off the legs, did it, to get him off the mark. Nevis move on to 9 for no loss. Played off the outside edge of the bat and going down to third man. He was pushing at that hard didder and it went down to third man all the way on the ground, but it brings up the end of the over. And at the end of the second over, Nevis at 10 for no loss. Nicely worked into the onside by Dida. They'll have a couple of runs as it goes down close to the mid-wicket boundary. But again, just a little bit too straight there from Francis, and allowing Dida to get 2 runs. Good shot. Pitched up, and Dida was not afraid to go for his shot. Just hit it over mid-on, down to the long-on boundary for 4. Was in the slot, and he didn't hesitate, Dida. He went for the shot and got 4. $16 for none, Nevis. One game in this round completed already. St. Martin being routed for 60, and Antigua and Barbuda romping home to victory. Good pull shot, drop shot, and Dida was across his wicket and pulling this down to the vacant mid-wicket position for 4. Now he looks business-like, does Dida. Nevis moves to 20 for no loss. Didn't score yesterday, Dida. And so he has now ensured that he has moved his own personal score to 15 from the 11 deliveries he faced. Remember, we're in the power play, and the 2 fielders are out at third man and down at long leg. Good delivery, just back of a length. Had Dida pushing at it. It didn't touch anything and went to the keeper. 3 of us gone. Nevis 20 for no loss. Light Brown is pulling, skying, simple catch, out caught. Not there for the shot at all. It was a short delivery too close to him for the pull shot, reminiscent of the way that he gifted his wicket yesterday. And this time he took the top edge and lobbed in the air, and a simple catch there. So he goes back for no score, and Nevis at 20 for 1. Carlton Pluck has come to the crease and joins Dida. Pluck scored 41 yesterday, then was out sweeping at a delivery that he should have been playing straight down to. Pluck is getting off the mark. Just pulling this one. Bottom edges it down to fine leg. And so he's off the mark with 1. Nevis 21 for the loss of Light Brown for no score. Four overs completed. Nevis searching for 258 to win. 21 for 1. Delivery on the legs worked beautifully down to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. Just too straight there again, Francis. And there is Carlton Pluck just playing this one down to the mid-wicket boundary and picking up a boundary.
bad stroke.
Second wicket goes down for Nevis. Dida again playing around the delivery, which was full in length. And struck on the pad, given out LBW. And so he has to make his way back. St. Kitts are in the hunt early. 2 wickets down for 26.
Very good second wicket to get for St. Kitts. Well-lined delivery, full pitched. And the batsman playing all around it. Struck plumb in front, in the opinion of umpire Troy Mills. Nevis slip into further trouble at 26 for 2. They are chasing 258 of 50 overs. St. Kitts got 257 of 49 overs at 5.57. 5.12. Well, the required run rate now is 5.12. Nevis will want the two batsmen at the crease to consolidate and build a good partnership to get them in the hunt for the 258 required for victory.
Amari Jones, who didn't score yesterday, is in. It's a left-handed batsman.
He has joined Pluck, and Pluck batted very well yesterday. The vice captain. That one was very wide outside the off stump. Very fortunate not to have been called a wide. It seemed as though it was marginally inside. Umpire Mills had a word with the bowler. That's Caden Francis bowling from the northern end. Much better delivery. Much better line delivery to finish the over. That's over number 5 completed. St. Kitts 26 for 2. Scoring at 5.2 with a required run rate of 5.16.
Should be Nevis 26
Nevis,
for 2.
yeah, correction, thank you. St. Kitts scored 557. They batted first. Nevis is chasing 258. Clark operating from the southern end into his third over. That's Jaheim Clark. A little bit too wide there outside the line of the off stump. The two Kittitian opening bowlers seem to have some pace. They're working up a bit of pace, but they would have to get the line and length correct and force the Nevisian batsmen to play. I mean, they're not express pace by any means, but at that level, working up a genuine amount of pace at their ages. You see again a good amount of pace, a lot of bunks, again offline. Flashing the wide delivery outside the line of the off stump and signaled wide by umpire Watley.
And he continues to rehearse the shot. What he has not rehearsed is a leave alone. It was extremely wide outside the off stump.
And signaled wide.
Had no need to play. Six overs completed. Nevis 30 for 2.
So they need a further 228 runs of 264 balls. And they will be looking for Pluck to repeat yesterday's performance. Yesterday he got 41. And batted pretty well. He's back on strike. And Francis is bowling from the northern or media center end. They are making some slight adjustments to the field. Slip, third man, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. Straight mid wicket, backward square leg, long leg. And there he was, Pluck looking to play through the onside, missed, loud appeal.
But I tell you something about these young players. Oftentimes they look where they want to play, the delivery. But every single bit of good coaching that I've heard from coaches and experience say you watch the ball onto your bat.
That is basic. That is basic.
Other challenge you find with these young batsmen is that they seem to want to burst the ball, tear out the seams with every ferocious shot. Placement and timing still important in the game. Matter of fact, fewer people remember Basil Shotgun Williams than remember Lawrence George Rowe.
Outside the line of the off stump, and the left-hander was following that delivery, which was much too wide. He could have easily lifted the bat and allowed that one through to the wicketkeeper. It was wide outside the line of the off stump. Very good delivery there, but he could have gotten a nick. The appeal was stifled. Stifled appeal by the Kittians.
Probably pitch outside leg as well. Bulk carrier is leaving the deep water port here in St. Kitts.
We have at least 2 of them coming per month nowadays. So loads of vehicles coming into the Federation.
Sharp. Wide and given the treatment, banged the way down to the cover boundary for 4. Clock is in good touch. Had 41 yesterday and should have had more. 4 takes the score to 36 for 2 in over number 7. Over number 7 having been completed, in fact.
That was a lovely cover drive there by Pluck. Pitched up outside the line of the off stump and Pluck into the cover drive. Driving along the carpet, all along the ground, into the cover boundary for 4. That takes Pluck onto 13 with 2 4s, having faced 12 deliveries. And the total at the end of 7 overs, Nevis chasing 257, scored by St. Kitts of 49 overs. Nevis in search of 258 for victory. They are 36 for 2. As Clark continues from the far end. Jaheim Clark is bowling from the Lozak Road end, or the southern end of the ground. We have very, very good weather here for cricket today, just as we had yesterday. Brilliant sunshine all day. There was no stoppage yesterday, no stoppage so far today. Another single to the left-handed Jones. That takes him on to 3. Clock on 13, 37 for 2, Nevis. In search of 258 to win this game. St. Kitts scored 257 or 49 overs. They failed to bat 6 deliveries. They didn't bat the full 50 overs. They got very close. And we see a quick single taken by the 2 batsmen. Shy at the stumps, but the batsman was well and truly home. We have a left hand, right hand combination at the crease. Pluck the right hander and Jones the left hander. On strike to Clark. Well played. Backward a point into the boundary for 4. Short outside the off stump. And there was Jones getting onto the front foot and playing it backward of square, through backward point, into the boundary for 4.
Gave him the width, and he was quick to grab that and just guided it into the vacant position. Third man could not get around, so that was 4.
Now take Jones on to 7, first boundary, total 42 for 2. brilliant sunshine here at Warner Park, Bastia, St. Kitts. Similar stroke. A repetition of the stroke. And a bit of a fumble by the fielders on the boundary line that allowed Jones and Pluck to complete a second run.
And if you had the review camera, they would have had a look at that, because he was beyond the boundary and seemed to pick up the ball while he was grounded beyond the boundary. But 3 runs.
That takes Jones on to 10. What should have been 2 runs turned out to be 3 because there was a fumble on the boundary line. Fortunately for the Kitchen fielders, in that attempt to field that ball that was close to the boundary, the fielder was able to keep it in play, but fortunately it did not touch the boundary line, so hence the reason they were able to pick up 3 runs because of the bubble down there, because of that fumble on the boundary line. That took the score to 45-2. Conditions are a very strong offside field and too wide, much too wide. Outside the line of the off stump, had Jones stretching for it.
For the second time in his inning, ball called and signaled wide, but he, like a magnet, was drawn to that ball. And if he had touched it, the umpire would have revoked the call of wide and signaled out.
And Pluck called him down for a mid-pitch conference, a mid-pitch conversation, saying to him, if it's wide, it's wide. Just allow it to go. Through to the wicket keeper. So a much better stroke from Jones, getting onto the front foot and covering the line of the ball and playing it out towards the third man for a single.
You have a number of players who do extensive work using bowling machines. But it makes sense for whoever is feeding the bowling machine or your coach to tell you when you should leave deliveries which are so wide of the stumps.
Very good looking back drive there by Pluck. Getting onto the back foot and playing with a very straight bat out towards short extra cover.
Good shot in the slot, and Carlton Pluck is in good touch. He came forward and drove that fiercely straight past the bowler and down to long on and picked up 4 good looking runs.
Very good stroke by Pluck. It was in his arc, and with the full flow of the bat, he hit that hard and straight. A little bit uppish, but safe. Out towards long on for 4.
Brings up the 50 for Nevis.
Nevis now in 51. Pluck going on to 18 with 3 fours. 51 for 2 Nevis.
And with that 4, the slippers come out. Gone into extra cover.
Delivery well pitched up outside the line of the off stump. Pluck was probably looking to open the face of the bat and guide it towards third man, but it was through him.
shot. Again hit fiercely, caught Amari Jones napping. It was hit so hard that it didn't have enough time to react. It hit him on the bat, ricocheted onto his body, and he stopped 4 runs. He's a brilliant fielder for St. Kitts.
Yeah, that certainly had 4 written all over it. It was powerfully struck by Pluck, and had Jones not been in the way, that would have been 4. Because he was going to easily bisect the man at wide mid-on, and the bowler had no chance. So that was 4. That had 4 written all over it, had it not been for Jones in the way.
Now he has gone a little wider, so he's on the cut area just west of strip number 4.
Francis didn't seem to have his rhythm right. He aborted his run and has started all over again. Oh, a naughty stroke by Pluck. Pluck looking to go over mid-wicket. Delivery pitched on about middle stump. Pluck played all across it. And bails flying all over the place. Pluck bowled, comprehensively bowled by Francis for the total has moved to 51 for 3, with Pluck going for 18 with 3 fours. A very bad shot by Pluck there, losing his head, a little bit of indiscipline on his part, and he paid the ultimate price with his wicket.
Just a little while ago, warned you about these young players who seem to want to burst the ball open, and that shot was definitely not on. He should have been standing up on that and just guiding that down to mid-on. He didn't. Went for the big shot, went for the big pull shot, and lost his wicket.
Yeah, you could have seen him looking for that big heave over mid-wicket. Whereas he would have been better served standing straight and pushing towards mid-on or towards straight mid-wicket, out towards forward square on the onside. That delivery would have been lined with middle and leg stump. Seemingly the middle stump being disturbed. It was a good delivery by Francis. Good delivery. He was on target. And Pluck missed and he struck. So the Nevisians have lost their 3rd wicket, 51 for 3. And here we see the left-hander playing the stroke and not looking. You're often told you wait first, you watch to see if the ball would beat the fielder. And he was just moving with the stroke and sent back by the non-striker, fortunately. Could have been easily run out. Excellent delivery. Very good delivery by Clark. Good pace. And left-handed Jones beaten outside the line of the off stump. Another excellent delivery by Clark. So Clark is on a very tight line here. Very tight line on about off stump.
Left shoulder is closing in too early for Amari Jones. Needs to stay side on a lot longer. But instead of that, he's squaring up, losing his shape. It's a good shot. We'll go for 4. Just over pitched on the off stump, and Manners came forward and drove it down to the cover boundary for 4. He's off the mark.
With a very good looking stroke indeed. Pitched up outside the line of the off stump, and Manners into the cover drive, bisecting the gap between backward point or between forward square to the right of umpire Troy Mills, and extra cover. Manners off the mark in grand style, and the total has gone on to 57 for 3 at the end of the 10th over.
Ten overs gone. Signal has come for the end of that power play. And Nevis are 57 for 3. Another 201 runs for victory. End of the 11th over, Nevis 58 for 3. Baptiste, you were just telling me that there are at least 2 of these bulk carriers a month. How about 2 in a day? 1 is left and 1 is arriving.
I was actually going to say at least 1 per week, which would make it 4 per month if there are 4 weeks in a month. Some months have 5 weeks.
Well, we're actually seeing 2 in a single day. I did see 1 out on the horizon, but then I figured that it was going away from us. But as we look, it's arriving at the deepwater port. More cars, more vehicles.
More vehicles. More vehicles in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, which
some more persons have come into the park to support home team St. Kitts, and they're in full voice. Good shot.
Lovely
Short and
stroke.
wide.
Lovely stroke.
Spanked away to the boundary for 4. He's the captain of this team, got a half century yesterday and has looked good so far today. Captain has decided that he's going to put some protection down on the boundary, and so a sweeper goes out on the cover boundary.
Manners is a very fluent stroke player. Let's see. Doesn't really fail to capitalize or put away the bad balls. Manners. Whenever the bad balls are served up, he is quickly into position to put them away.
They've been running the wickets, between the wickets very well. Another single, and Amari Jones gets 1 more to take him on to 13. Nevis is 64 for 3.
So overall, we have seen very good running between the pair at the crease, Amari Jones and Devon Manners. Looking to take every available single, every available run, and wasted delivery.
Called and signaled wide.
Wasted delivery.
Pitch halfway down the track, and he would have needed a step ladder to get to that, and a very tall one at that. 65 for 3. Nevis is scoring at 5.49 runs and over. That's not the problem. The problem is in the right-hand column, 3 wickets down.
The required run rate is 5.06, so they would need Jones and Manners to stay there for as long as possible.
Over completed, 65 for 3 after 12.
Manners is on 9 with 2 4s. Jones on 13 with 1 4.
And Jaheim Clark has bowled 6 overs, 1 for 33. And Francis has bowled 6 overs and picked up 2 for 32.
Not a bad start by the two Kittish opening bowlers. Have generated a bit of pace. Warner Park, traditionally over the years, not known to be a pacey track, not known to be a very fast track. But you see those two young men bending their backs, generating some pace. They have been a bit offline on occasions, but generally the two opening bowlers for St. Kitts have been on target. Francis picking up 2 from his 6 overs, and Clark picking up 1.
It looks like Elijah Lewis, who will be picking up the bowling from this immediate center end.
He also looks like a medium fast bowler for a shortish run.
Worked into the onside. The shout is for 2, and they have turned very quickly and come racing back for 2. So the score goes on to 68 for the loss of 3. Manners with that 2 goes on to 11. Played away into the offside. There's a sweeper coming off the cover boundary. He feels well, and so that will only be a single to take Manners on to 12 and Nevis to 69 for 3. Lost the wickets of Light Brown for no score. Didder was LBW to Francis for 15, 26 for 2, and then Pluck was out bowled by Francis for 18 at 51 for 3. Jones is working it into the onside. Call goes out for 2, and they come chasing back. They have been running very well between the wickets, and so another 2 to take the score to 71 for 3. 20-run partnership between these two. They'll need a lot more than that.
The communications have been quite good between Jones and Manners. They've been running well between the wicket.
That's wide.
Much too wide. And that would have been a wide in any version of cricket. Much too wide outside off stump.
Might have been attempting the slower delivery,
Yes.
but whatever it was, it went wrong.
Much too wide. Well off target.
Wide again. This
Wide
time down the
again.
leg side. Overcorrected.
So wide outside off stump. Wide outside the line of the leg stump. So Lewis would want to line up with middle and off stump. And look to hit middle or the top of off stump. If not leg stump.
Thirteen overs completed, and Nevis a 73 for the loss of 3, requiring another 185 runs in 222 balls.
It's not beyond Nevis. We have seen the capability of the captain, Manners. He has the ability to bat for long. He scored 50 yesterday. He has all the strokes. He's a good timer of the ball, good stroke maker. And he needs the support from the other end. If Jones can hang around and stay with him for a considerable length of time, they should be able to challenge the 257 scored by St. Kitts. There's a change in bowling from the southern or Lozak Road end, and it appears to be Tilokani. It's Kunal Tulokani who is immediately bang on target and forcing Manners to defend out onto the offside. So Kunal Tilokani doesn't quite sound like a local name.
He has been playing cricket for St. Kitts since the under 15 days, though.
Wow.
Is a name that I recognize.
He has been around.
He has been
youth
around and
cricket
playing
for
for St. Kitts
quite
and
a while.
comes through the age group rankings.
Yeah, so
You would have played against Manners and Jones. All of them came to the rankings together.
yeah. A very steady over so far. Is very much on target. Attacking the stumps, right arm.
Good over. Very good first over by
very-
Kunal. Score remains on 74 for the loss of 3. And we have come to the first drinks break of this inning. So we tell you that Nevis, looking for 258 to secure victory, have lost 3 wickets. The wickets of Light Brown, who was out for no score, Dida, who was out for 15, Pluck, who was out for 18, and last wicket fell with a score on 51 for 3. And as we go to break, Nevis a 74 for the loss of 3, requiring another 184 runs in 216 balls.
We are seeing the resumption of play after the drinks break. The first over after the drinks break, 15th over. 74 for 3, Nevis under 19 versus St. Kitts under 19 here at Warner Park in the Leeward Islands under 19 men's cricket tournament. This one is pitched up by Lewis and driven into the offside powerfully by Manners, but not beating the man at extra cover to his left. And the score remains 74 for 3. Jevon Manners, the division captain, he's on 13. Runner ball 13 of 13 deliveries, 2 fours. Lewis over the wicket bowls wide, very wide, much too wide, outside the line of the off stump, and fittingly and appropriately signaled wide by umpire Troy Mills. That to take the total on to 75 for 3. Jones on 16 of 31 deliveries with 1 4. I see a lovely looking cover drive here by Manners. The batsmen dismissed so far. For Nevis, light brown. He didn't trouble the scorers at all. He was caught in the entry Drew of Jaheim Clark for no score. And it was 20 for 1 at that point in the 4th over. Third ball of the 4th over. Rajani Dida, he was leg before. Caden Francis for 15 or 14 deliveries with 3 fours. He batted for 23 minutes. Very good slower ball, almost deceiving Jones. And Jones taking one hand off the bat and playing it out towards mid-wicket for a single. To continue with the scorecard, Carlton Pluck, the vice captain, he was bowled by Caden Francis, playing right across the line of a straight delivery for 19 deliveries, 3 fours, 26 minutes of batting. Jones is not out on 17, Manners is not out on 14 balls. A dead ball is signaled by umpire Troy Mills as Jones did not deliver. Francis has picked up 2 for 32 from 6. Clark has picked up 1 for 33 from 6. And Lewis is into his second over. Final delivery, slower delivery. He had Manners stretching for that one, but he played it out towards cover point for a single. That takes him on to Manners is on to 15, and the total 78 for 3 after 15 overs. They're scoring at a scoring rate of 5.2. Required run rate at this stage 5.14. There is a change in bowling from the far end, or the southern end of the ground, and spin is being introduced into the attack for the first time by St. Kitts. And the bowler is Javid Edwards. So he is coming into the attack for his first spell, first over. He's bowling between the umpire and the stumps, and he starts with a wide. He's bowling between the umpire and the stumps, the left arm spinner. A bit too wide outside the right-hander's off stump. Signal wide by umpire. Allowed appeal, allowed appeal. They are appealing still. A prolonged appeal by the Kittitians. Umpire having a good look, but turning down the appeal. In the opinion of umpire Rudolph Watley, he might have been struck outside the line, or maybe pitched outside the line of leg stump. Very good delivery, coming back into the right-hander from outside the line of the off stump. Pushed out onto the offside quietly. The Kittitians are encouraging the new bowler, Javid Edwards. Lots of shouts, plenty of clapping. They're encouraging him. And that is driven out towards wide long off for a single by Manners. Manners is on to 16, and the total 80 for 3 in over number 16.
Guided down to third man, they'll get a couple, and that will push the score on to 82 for the loss of 3. Mari Jones moves on to 19. Easy single as it's played into the onside backward of square. And so one more run at the end of the over. 83 for 3. 16 overs have been bowled.
The divisions will be looking for the captain, Manners, to lead from the front. And Jones has played a very steady knock so far. 36 deliveries he has faced. He has scored 20. And Manners will be urging and encouraging him to stay with him for as long as possible. They need a good partnership, Nevis. They would want to consolidate the innings here and build a very good partnership to get them within striking distance of the 257 scored by St. Kitts of 49 overs. The current run rate is 5.19. The required run rate is 5.15. And we see the introduction of spin for the first time from the northern or media center end. Is outside off stump and played away towards point, and a single to Jones.
Kunal is the bowler who has been switched around from the Lossack Road end.
It's, seemingly he prefers the northern end. Let's see how well he will do from this end. He flights.
Bit of a naughty shot.
Yeah.
Could have easily nicked that through to slips. Was wide and he chased it.
Yeah. And interestingly, as a batsman, when you pick up the line of a delivery, you realize that it is wide. There is no need really to play because the bowler is not forcing you to play. So the batsman chasing wide deliveries and getting nicks and getting caught at slip or caught behind can be classified as an unforced error, because you are the one who contributed to your downfall by chasing a wide delivery, which you did not have to do. A wide delivery is already a wide delivery. You can pick up an extra if it is so wide that the umpire can call a wide or may call a wide.
Strike rotation has been good. They've been running the singles well.
It's been a good partnership between these two. They would want to stay there for as long as possible. As we see the conclusion of over number 17, 87 for 3, Nevis chasing 258.
And 36 the partnership between them so far. And they have done it relatively easily. Nevis would want them to bat for longer in partnership. And of course, St. Kitts would be looking to get another wicket. Winner of this game will go to 2-0, and the loser will go to 1-1. Nevis will have St. Martin to play tomorrow, and the St. Kitts will play Antigua and Barbuda. Again, a bit of a naughty shot. Most he could have done there was to guide it to slip. It was wide of the off stump and he had no need to chase it.
Yeah, it's as though these batsmen are automatically drawn to these wide from around. He previously went between the umpire and the stumps, but he's now coming over the wicket to the left-hander. It was around the wicket to the right-hander and over the wicket to the left-hander. Jones. We've been bowling a pretty good line so far.
It's very well left. Good teasing delivery about the fifth stump line, and Jones left it. End of the over, 88 for the loss of 3. 18 overs have been completed. Nevis are looking for 170 runs in 192 balls. Suffice it to say, if you prefer it another way, they're looking for 258 to win.
They are scoring at 4.89. The required run rate is slightly above that, 5.31. Jones on 22 at the non-striker's end. Manners on 19 on strike. Lays back and he beats the fielder at short extra cover. The sweeper on the boundary comes off the boundary and fields. There was the fielder at short extra cover diving away and missing on the dive. And that allowed Manners to get an easy single.
And then Jones rotating the strike as well, getting a single down to mid-off. So the score moves on to 90.
A very good strike rotation by Manners and Jones. Manners draws away as the bowler was coming in. Tilokani, dead ball signal by umpire Mills. Tilokani very much on target. Manners could do no more than defend out onto the offside. Tilokani, right arm off spin. He's on a very good line here. Very, very tidy line and length. He's in his third over. And this time he gets a wicket with a dolly of a catch. The fielder moving from slip to his left and picking up the catch at a very short, fine leg position. A very bad stroke there by Manners. Probably undone by whatever spin that Tilokani might have gotten on that delivery, but it was not a well played stroke. It was not controlled, and it ballooned into the air for a very easy catch, and Manners goes for 20. The Nevisians have lost their fourth wicket with a score on 90.
It's not the best delivery that he has bowled. It has given him a wicket. But there was Manners trying something cutesy. When all he had to do was stand up and just hit that. He just tried to turn it into the onside, was running off his crease, apparently looking to get another single. And this is why you say to these young cricketers all the time, play what you see. Don't go making up shots. And he was trying to manufacture a single when he was given a gift that he ought to have hit out of the park. But it has worked, and so Kunal has picked up a wicket. Manners has gone for 20, and the Nevis team is in further trouble. 90 for the loss of 3, and the top of their batting gone.
And the wicket of Manners made it 4, so it's 90 for 4. And Weeks, who batted very well yesterday, has joined Jones. And Weeks will want to repeat his performance yesterday. He will want to repeat yesterday's performance. He's now having a mid-pitch conference with Jones. And there are 2 Kittitian players also in on that conversation. So it will be quite interesting to know what they're discussing there. And it seems to be good byplay, good sportsmanship.
These guys have played against each other from under 13, under 15, under 17. So they know each other. Plus the wicketkeeper, Richards, plays local league cricket in Nevis.
Right, so they're very much familiar with each other. I was actually saying that Kunal Tilokani probably is not a surname that you would associate with Nevis or St. Kitts, but most likely he probably could have been born in the Federation.
I tell you something, nowadays we have people from all over.
Yeah.
So it's not like long ago when you looked at somebody and said, this is an Indian, they are not from St. Kitts Nevis. Not at all. Here is a delivery which Jones is again trying to turn into the onside and going too square. You keep telling these players, look straighter. You play around the ball, you close off the face of the bat. And so you have less chance of middling the ball. I think it's force of habit.
It will be a lot better to present the full face of the bat.
Like
which
that,
he does now, through
and
mid-on.
gets an easy single.
Yeah. Basic. Batting has its basics. You stick to basics, keep your eyes on the ball, and you watch the ball right onto the bat. You make less mistakes. Well driven there by Weeks. The bowler shadowing out towards mid-off. Good diving save by the wide mid-off fielder. And he prevented what could have been possibly 4. And limited the batsman to a single. Weeks is off the mark, he's on 1. Jones on 24 comes on strike, and it's 92 for 4. With Javed Edwards into his third over completed, and he has bowled 3 overs, no maiden, 8 runs, no wicket. Kunal Tilokani, 3 overs, no maiden, 7 runs, 1 wicket. At the end of 20 overs, Nevis in search of 258, 92 for 4, scoring at 4.6, and the required run rate is 5.53. So you are viewing, wherever you are, we say a very pleasant afternoon to you, wherever you're viewing or listening. We are coming to you live from Warner Park, the Warner Park Cricket Ground in Bastia, St. Kitts, Leeward Islands, under-19 tournament. Nevis versus St. Kitts. Very good delivery there to start the over from Tilokani. Comprehensively beating Weeks outside the line of the off stump. Weeks tentatively pushing forward. Plays a much better stroke out towards wide mid-off, presenting the full face of the bat and driving it out towards number 15. And Tilokani gets rid of Weeks. Weeks is bowled all over the place, and Nevis into further trouble at 92 for 5. So Weeks goes for 1, Jones on 24, and half of the Kittitian batsmen already dismissed. 92 for 5.
Good bowling by Kunal. He just tossed this one a little higher, just above the eye line, and encouraged the batsman to play that big drive. And he missed it. It cannoned into the stumps. He was out bowled. And so very good bowling here by St. Kitts and by Kunal.
He has been on a pretty good line and length. Since he has come into the attack, his line of attack has been spot on, very much lining up with the stumps on most occasions. If the batsman misses, he hits. And that's just what happened there. With Weeks looking for that drive, he missed and was comprehensively beaten and bowled on the drive. So the 257 looking a very big ask, a very pleasant looking on drive by the left-handed Prentice. And he gets off the mark straight away. Oh my. Misfield again.
Prentice was ball watching. There should have been a single from the get-go.
Yeah.
Jones was coming to the danger end. He called him, but Prentice was ball watching. And then the fielder for St. Kitts misfielded. So they eventually got the single.
Kunal is really bowling well. And that's the end of his fourth over. 4 overs, 9 runs, 2 wickets. He hasn't bowled a maiden as yet, but he has been on target for the most part. He has been bowling at the stumps and forcing the batsmen to play. It's been a good little spell here by Kunal Tilokani. Is being partnered by Javid Edwards, the left arm spinner from the far end, who is into his 4th over. Over the wicket he bowls to Jones. Jones on 25. That goes away into the deep backward square leg boundary for 4. Full toss. Served up by Javid Edwards and put away by the left-handed Prentice. 4 to Prentice. And that takes the score on to 99. 99 for 5. Prentice with his first 4. And we're going through for a quick single.
Could be out. Could be out. Again, he was ball watching. Prentice played the ball in the offside, set off running slowly, Jones was hustling towards the danger end here. The fielder picked up the ball and sent it down to the non-striker's end. And as soon as I saw that, I said, could be out, is out. He was again ball watching Prentice, and he didn't learn from the first time. And so this time he has had to pay the ultimate penalty.
Yeah, it was a very good bit of fielding, and with a direct hit, the batsman will always be struggling. Had it been a case where the wicketkeeper had to collect to break the stumps, he would have had a chance, but with a direct hit, you're left with a limited chance.
Just poor cricket there from Prentice. Very, very poor cricket. I mean, they called for the single, they agreed on it. He should have been running towards his end. Instead of that, he was ball watching and he was caught napping.
And the single was on.
It was.
The single was definitely on. He was just a little bit too lethargic, a little too slow, and should have been focusing on getting to the danger end, getting to his end as quickly as possible, as opposed to looking back at where the ball was. It was truly a single that was definitely on. So the Nevisians slip into more problems, more trouble at 99 for 6 at the end of the 22nd over. Jones remains there on 26 of 50 deliveries with 1-4. The new batsman is Jadon Herbert. I have the pronunciation correct? Jadon. Right, because there is an H after the J. We're seeing quite a bit of innovations with these names nowadays in terms of the spellings. I see a big stroke by. Is there going to be a run out again? No. Good sense prevails. Good common sense prevails, and he is sent back by Jones. Herbert sent back by Jones. I guess he thought that his stroke deserved at least a single. It was a big stroke, big drive out towards mid-on. But the fielder was in the way and fielded cleanly. So, Kunal outside the line of the leg stump on that occasion and signaled wide by umpire Mills. That is going to bring up the 100. The 100 for Nevis. Nevis 100 for 5 in the 22nd over.
23rd, yeah, 22nd, yes.
Yeah, they're scoring at 4.53. The required run rate is 5.64. Kunal, who has been into a very good spell, he has been the tightest of the Kittitian bowlers. Good line, good length, and he continues to tease and taunt the Nevisian batsmen. 4.1 overs, no maiden, 9 runs, 2 wickets so far for Kunal Tilokani. The number 4 inscribed on his shirt. So, wow, a little too straight back into the stumps. That one was struck straight back into the stumps by the new batsman Herbert. And fortunately for Jones, his bat was well grounded. The end of over number 23. At the end of it, Nevis, in search of 258, 101 for 6. St. Kitts, they need 4 more wickets, and Nevis, they need quite a number of runs. So we're looking here at another 157 runs to be scored by Nevis, which that one peels off the outside edge and it goes into the third man boundary for 4. So Herbert looking for the big drive through the offside. It came off the outside edge and flew over the head of the lone slipper. The lone slip into the third man boundary for 4. And Herbert moves on with that boundary to 5. It's 105 for 6. That's going to run out towards the extra cover boundary for 4. Bad delivery outside the line of the off stump and put away by Herbert. It was aerial, uppish, in the air, but safe, away from the hands of any fielder through extra cover. The man in the wide long off boundary had no chance.
It's a no ball.
Herbert moves on to 9.
No, there is no run from the bat. Just a no ball.
Yeah. So that increases the total by 1 to 109. One more extra goes into the sundries column, and this is a big hit.
Free hit.
Is he going to be
Free hit.
It's a free hit. Free hit. Free hit. It went straight to the fielder, but he did not hold on to the catch, even though the catch was taken. The batsman would not have been out, but nonetheless, you get catching practice, you make use of it. And 1 more on to the total, 111. That one is hit straight out towards the long off boundary for 4. A long hop, very bad delivery, and the batsman had all the time in the world to hit it straight in the air, but very, very safe indeed. No fielder anywhere near that. It went into the long off boundary for 4.
15 in the over, 3 fours, and no ball, 2 singles.
Very expensive over indeed. Jones is on 27. Herbert moves on to 14. And the total 115, 160. Javid. Was very expensive in that last over. Tilokani continues from the northern end. And it requires a lot of batting here by Nevis to get anywhere near the 257 scored by St. Kitts. They only have 4 wickets in hand. And it will take a lot of batting by the remaining batsmen.
Jones has played a very responsible inning. He hasn't been scoring at great pace. He likes to strike the cricket ball, but he has been playing a very restrained and responsible knock for Nevis. Don't seem like the communication is great between the pair at the crease. That should have been a single from the beginning. And there was good coverage from the fielder at extra cover. But it was always going to elude him and go down to the fielder coming from mid-off. At the halfway stage, Nevis 118 for 6, looking for 258 to win this game. The right-hand column is the troublesome one. 6 wickets are down. Tomorrow marks match day number 3. Antigua and Barbuda will play St. Kitts at Warner Park. St. Martin will play Nevis at Connery. And then Good Friday will be a rest day. On Saturday, Team 1, that is the team in position number 1 after 3 games, will play team number 4 at Connery. And team number 2 will play team number 3 at Warner Park.
Can you confirm that the start time would be at 10 a.m.?
I think you're being very mischievous, Baptiste. I think we've established that the 9:30 start time is no longer on. The game started at 10 on day 1, 10 o'clock today. I think it is going to be 10 o'clock for the rest of the tournament.
All right, so that is well established and well confirmed.
Miscue. Easily taken. Tossed up again, and there was Jadon Herbert not moving to get to the pitch of the ball, just flinging the bat at it, and it went high in the air. The bowler took it at about the region of the crease, and some more trouble for Nevis. It's now 118 for 7.
Plenty trouble for Nevis. Nevis, more than in a spot of bother. They are in plenty trouble. Plenty trouble at 118 for 7 in the 26th over. Jones has been very steady and responsible. He has stayed there. He has faced some 57 deliveries so far. Only 1-4. And he isn't bothered by that. And the other division batsmen, they have not hung around. They have not stayed with Jones. They haven't supported him as they should have and could have. Jones is there. He's like waging a one-man war all by himself. There's been a steady procession of batsmen to and from the crease, from the division end, and they have their work cut out for them from here on. They have quite a lot of work to do. Nevis and St. Kitts, they seem to be in the driver's seat at this point. We're looking at 140 runs required, 140 more runs required from 147 deliveries. We're seeing a change of bowling from the far end. It's the right arm Lashon Bergen who is into the attack. Another wild swing. Wild swing by Smitten. I think Jones is having a word with Smitten and saying to him, man, we have a lot of overs, a lot of deliveries left. We have just seen the completion of over number 26. So there are still 24 more overs to go, but the Nevisians do not have too many wickets left in the right-hand column of the scorecard. 118 for 7. So they are in dire straits. And Kunal Tilokani, who has bowled very well, he has picked up 2 wickets for 13 runs from his 6 overs so far. He continues from the northern or media center end. Carlisle, in light of what has transpired in recent times with the West Indies Test team, with Craig Brathwaite now out as captain, what do you reckon is likely to happen in terms of his replacement?
Well, all I can tell you is that they will pick a captain, and that the captain will be in place for the next time the West Indies play red ball cricket. Speculating as to who it might be? Have no idea. I mean, you can look at the potential names, look at the possibles. Ruston Chase was a vice captain before. Imlach just won the competition, albeit that we're hearing talk about ball tampering and so on. John Campbell was just suspended for his part in the 50-over debacle. He was the captain of Jamaica recently. I'd rather not speculate.
There we see another boundary for Jones. Jones, 2 boundaries through the offside.
Smitten, in fact.
Or Smitten, yeah. So Smitten has been scoring in boundaries, 2 boundaries. He's on 8. So he has faced 7 deliveries and struck 2 fours. He's on 8, so he's counter-attacking here for Nevis and he's looking to drive again through the offside.
He's playing a shutter ball.
Yeah, and not getting the timing right, just trickled out onto the offside. So that brings up the end of over number 27. It's 127 for 7. Nevis in dire straits, in plenty of trouble here at Warner Park. I guess most people would probably be looking at Shai Hope as a possible replacement, but it is left to be seen who the management of the West Indies team is likely to select or choose as the replacement captain of the Test team. And seemingly most people are of the opinion that the coach, the new coach, Darren Sammy, seems to have a lot of clout and a lot of say in who is captain and who should be captain. But that is left to be seen. It's a bit interesting that the West Indies have reverted back to the one coach system. In the past, yes, we used to have one coach, one management team, the same physiotherapist, the same the same management team for the test team, the one-day international team, and so forth. What we saw, we have seen a number of international teams moving away from that, and a very good stroke through the offside, out towards long off, into the boundary for 4, tossed up and driven straight. Lovely stroke by Jones to take him on to 33, and the total 131 for 7. But we saw that new trend coming into international cricket. Most of the teams were going for specialization, a special coach, a specific coach for the test team, the one-day team, and so forth. The West Indies seem to be moving away from that and wanting to have one coach for all the teams. And he's bowled all over the place, pushing tentatively forward was Jones, and beaten, all ends up comprehensively beaten and bowled for a well-played 33. So the innings of Jones comes to an end, and the Nevisians have lost the 8th wicket with the total on 131. So a very good delivery there by Bergen. Jones was a bit tentative, not very assured and positive in his defensive prod, which was well penetrated by Bergen. So Bergen has picked up his 2nd wicket. He has bowled 2 overs, 1 maiden, 4 runs, 2 wickets. And Kunal Tilokani, 7 overs, no maiden, 22 runs, 2 wickets. And the batsman joining Yolano Smitten at the crease is Tayshaun Wilkinson. So Wilkinson has replaced Jones. And looking at the one more to Smitten. He's on to 9. The total 132 for 8. Kunal continues. He's in his 8th over. He has picked up 2 for 23 so far. A very good knock by Amory Jones, bowled by LaShawn Bergen for 33 of 65 balls with 2 fours, a strike rate of 50.77. very wide outside the line of the leg stump, and it's going to run away to the fine leg boundary for four wides. So that would be 4 plus 1. They'll get a total of 5. So 1 for the wide plus the 4 wides. Total of 5. That takes the total onto 138. Tilokani was much too wide there, outside the line of the legs, the left-hander's leg stump. A very pleasant drive by Smitten to end the over. So that completes over number 29. It's 138 for 8, with Smitten on 9 and Wilkinson yet to score. So with 29 overs gone, there are 21 more left. And Nevis, they require 120 more runs from 126 deliveries left in the innings. The over has come to an end. That's over number 30. So 30 overs have been bowled in the division innings. They are chasing 258 for victory, with St. Kitts having scored 257 of 49 overs. Nevis 143 for 8. They require a further 115 runs from 120 deliveries. It's Leeward Islands under-19 men's cricket tournament being played at Warner Park here in St. Kitts. We have momentarily lost the sunshine, and he is bowled. A very naughty shot, a very, very naughty stroke indeed played there by the left-hander
Wilkinson.
and he missed and was bowled by Tilocano. Tilocano has picked up his 3rd wicket in his 9th over. So the divisions have more or less given up. It seems they are not putting up much of a fight now, not much resistance at all from the lower order batsmen of Nevis. And St. Kitts seem to have this one, they seem to have this one very much in the bag at this time. 30.2 overs gone, 30 overs and 2 deliveries. 143 for 9, need another 115 of 118 deliveries. And one would say that St. Kitts, they are sitting high and dry in the driver's seat at the moment. Momentarily, we have lost the sunshine here at Warner Park, but nonetheless, it's still very good, cool conditions for cricket. Well pitched up delivery, and is there going to be a run out? It seems like that. And he was very, very fortunate to get back into his crease in time. Again, the communications not too good between the two division batsmen.
Never going to be a single there. And he was fortunate in that he turned and got back quickly. The appeal went up, but the fielder didn't have the ball in his hands. He had broken the stumps without collecting the ball. Return catch dropped.
Good effort. Good one-handed effort. It was struck hard, and he dived away to his right, attempting to pull off the catch with the right hand. But it was powerfully struck until Tilocano was unable to hold on to it. So a life there for, and on this occasion it's taken. Powerfully struck, but well taken. And one can see the fielder wringing those hands. It was powerfully struck, but he decided at all costs he was going to hold on to that one, and he well held on to it. So the divisions are all out for 144. They have been dismissed for 144. And St. Kitts, they have defeated Nevis by 113 runs. Nevis being all out of exactly 31 overs, with St. Kitts having scored 257 of 49 overs. It means that the divisions were dismissed 18 overs less than what St. Kitts would have batted. A good execution by St. Kitts, good bowling by the slower bowlers, the spinners. The spinners really put a stranglehold on the division batting. Aided and abetted by some post strokes as well. Very soft dismissals. A lot of bad strokes were played by a number of the division batsmen. But nonetheless, credit must be given to the Kittitian spinners, who bowled pretty well to dismiss Nevis for 113 runs less than the 257 scored by St. Kitts. Nevis all out for 144. And the chief wicket takers for St. Kitts, the most successful bowler for St. Kitts was Kunal Tilokani with 9 overs, no maiden, 30 runs, 4 wickets. He had 2 wickets apiece for Caden Francis, 6 overs, no maiden, 32 runs, 2 wickets. And there were 2 wickets for LaShawn Bergen, who bowled 3 overs, 1 maiden, 9 runs, and he picked up 2 wickets. The divisions were short on partnerships. They did not have prolonged or extended partnerships amongst the middle order batsmen. So we saw a procession of batsmen to and from the crease at regular intervals. The first wicket falling at 20, the second wicket that was Brown in the 4th over, the second wicket at 26, that was Didder. In the 5th over, it was 26 for 2, then 51 for 3 Pluck. In the 9th over, 90 for 4, Captain Manners. In the 19th over, then 92 for 5 Weeks. In the 21st over, 99 for 6 Prentice. In over number 22, 118 for 7 Jadon Herbert. And in the 26th over, 131 for 8, that was Jones. In the 28th over, Wilkinson at 143 for 9 in the 31st over, and the last man to go was Weeks in the last delivery, the final delivery of the 31st over. So we didn't see the partnerships that were required being posted by the division batsmen. And in the end, they were outplayed by St. Kitts, who defeated them by 113 runs. So Nevis would want to go back to the drawing board and come back with a much better plan and with more intensity in the next game. Carlisle.
Congratulations to St. Kitts, first of all. They executed very well. The fielding was on point. The odd mishap here and there, but the fielding was very much on point. The batting, so 2 batsmen getting to half centuries and another one getting as far as in the 40s. And then when they came out to bowl, they meant business. Took wickets early, took wickets often, and executed a superb victory here over Nevis. Now, look at what the points look like, or the wins look like with 1 more round to go. St. Kitts is the only undefeated team. They are 2-0. Nevis and Antigua are 1-1. And the St. Martin team is 0-2. Nevis plays St. Martin tomorrow. And Antigua plays St. Kitts. So, and then on Saturday it will be 1 against 4 and 2 against 3. So, tomorrow, Antigua and St. Kitts have all to play for. Because if Antigua beats St. Kitts, then they will go to 2-1. St. Kitts will be 2-1, and I suppose that at the top day it would be a head-to-head clash in terms of who will go through. Nevis expected to beat St. Martin. They haven't won a game yet, and so Nevis could possibly go 2-1. And so it will be a little tricky day deciding who is 1, who is 4 in the head-to-head clash that will perhaps come to the 4. And then we should have some interesting games on Saturday and the big finals on Sunday. But again, congratulations to St. Kitts. They played really well and they deserve to win.
Yes, definitely. It was a well-executed game by St. Kitts. They batted